it was not that much knowledge out in the street about self or about black culture, black awareness. So people were hungry, they soaked it up like a sponge. And now so much disinformation out here that these kids, the only thing they worshiping is a dollar.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if it ain't about a dollar, and don't get me wrong, because you still got cats and people that's aware of the gods and proclaim to be the God, they just don't come around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's that's not an easy question to answer. You know?
I got love for the gods around.
Well, you know, the main reason I believe that that's happening is because the youth that's in the nation, they not really vocal in the streets the way we was vocal in the streets when we was young.
Right.
We was out there advocating when we was young. So a lot of the young guys that's in the nation now, they still looking to the older brothers to do the work.
Like,
It shouldn't be that way.
Right. You know,
They should step up now.
Right. And I believe it, but it's hard. It's
They
dangerous too, but it's something got to do. It's very dangerous to be teaching.
Yeah, when we came up, it was gangs. I mean, the whole city was gangs.
And now it's gang out. Yes, it's all gangs out too. But it's like Blood, Crips, Black King, you know, it's different gangs, but it's similar situations. You know,
It's similar.
You know, back then it was different gangs. Top line, but now it's Blood, Crips, Black Kings. You know, I don't
know what the hell I'm talking about.
What's that? It's hard to do because I know
I don't know nothing about it.
If you want to learn that, but at the same time,
He says for what now?
He says for what? You gotta know when the exact thing and maneuver out that situation. Because if you want troublemaker and you can say anything and then
we get drinking.
you know what I mean? So it's better to get an individual instead of with a group. Yeah. Because when they're
It's like Shamuchi.
Also, I'm not trying to have to think about somebody else, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what someone had did, you know what I'm saying?
See, I'm gonna tell you another thing, man. Another thing that happened. See, they start giving out credit. See, before it was right? And before they started, because to me that's something that they did in general. Like after those LA riots, they started injecting a whole bunch of money into everything. You know what I'm saying? So you know, dudes that it's like, in order for you to get to the train station, right, you got to come past this corner. You know what I'm saying? And when you come past this corner, you want all the goons out here to know that you know the guys. Mm-hmm. So you stop and you say peace to the guys. And you soak in a little bit, you know, when you come, because we give you the you know, you're not going to be forced to do nothing over here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You go hang out with them, they're going to send you on a mission.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They're going to tell you, yeah, hold that for me. You know what I'm saying? So in order for you to really avoid all that and be able to do your thing, you have to know the guys. So we was influencing people who, you know, even if they wasn't 5%.
Right. Yeah,
see what I mean?
Today,
but now, hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying. You know, see, but then it got to the point where it's like, yo, dude comes out the building, jump in his car. Now he's riding past the corner. You see what I mean? So now he might blow the horn and wave at the guys, but he ain't stopping coming to show us the same love no more. He ain't stopping hearing the wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you when you in a conversation with us, you know what I'm saying? You hearing what we dropping. So even if you didn't first come over there to get the knowledge, now you being exposed to it. Now you more curious. You might ask a question. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you end up being more influenced. You know what I'm saying? But that was something that they did that, you know, even in the hip hop game, you know what I'm saying? When you look back in the late 80s, early 90s, and you look at dudes was wearing the patches, like the African patches and the Jamaican patches and all that type of stuff. So that's what people was rhyming about. Mm-hmm. But then when all the money came into hip hop and everybody had their jury. Now their jury became what they was rhyming about. You understand what I'm saying? You know, everybody had their Jesus piece now. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of something that was, you know, kind of connotating, you know, something that gonna bring you more in tune with yourself. You know what I mean? And then, you know, it, you know, some of it is also in terms of us as a culture, right? Things that started off limits, right? Like, you know, look, you know, if you a 5%, don't get caught doing that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Don't if you 85%, don't get caught around us doing that. You know what I'm saying? To you know, dudes is gonna sneak off, you know, you sneak off to New Jersey, you know what I'm saying, and you over there doing some stuff you ain't supposed to be doing, you know what I mean?
Right.
You sneaking off to, you know, remote parts of the city, you know, doing things you ain't supposed to be doing. And then it went from there to the point where it was cool to do it. You understand what I'm saying? And so the people, you know, is much more difficult for them to see the difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when you listen to the older generations and they say how, you know, when you saw the NOI with their suits on and everything, you know, at a time when nobody else was dressed like that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was that, you know, clean cut and everything, that, you know, that inspired people to do the knowledge to what they were saying. You know what I mean? So, but now, you know, it's kind of like that. You know what I mean? We're like, you know, when Lakim Shabazz came out, right? There was no question. Like, I didn't even have the knowledge then.
Right.
But there was no question that it's something different
Right.
about him and what he's saying.
Exactly.
So now you hear somebody at 5%, like, where are you 5%? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like right now, see, everybody's all excited because Busta Rhymes made the W.I. Muhammad song. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, yeah, he been. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But all this time, you wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? Or even look, when you see him, right? Now, when he refers to God, he points up in the sky in the video.
Right.
You see what I mean? So the people you don't really know what that thing is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you said you that, but yet I don't register.
These things don't go together. That pointing up and all that.
Yeah. And it don't register on the things that we know about. You know what I'm saying? Like, the things that's been pumped to us. Like, you know, we know what blood is. We know what Crip is. We know what Genie is. We know what Beanie is. You know, we heard of the 5% thing. But it's like, you know, we heard of the Black Spades.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm talking about in my time.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, you know, yeah, they got like a good history. I mean, I don't know that now. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what they doing right now. But so and another thing, at least in New York, is you know, some of the last of the brothers that was kind of out there, you know, they blended in. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the founders of a lot of other shit that's going on in New York right now, you hear our names.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, the reason, like, every organization, right? You know, they gang otherwise, right? They got alphabet, you know what I'm saying? At the very least, some of them got mathematics. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about they own that they formulated, you know what I'm saying? You know, knowing your history and all this type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of you know, a lot of our teachings is still out there, but you can't, you know, it's not purified.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, for instance, the brothers in LA, they like, yo, look, we don't know what the 5 is. Like, what's riding the 5? That's a New York thing, because the 5 was a dominant factor.
Right.
You understand what I mean? So that's what a lot of them grew up with. You know what I'm saying? You know, or when you hear Drake calling himself the sixth God, you know what I'm saying? It's still there, but people don't know what it really is. They can't. You understand what I mean? It's you know, like certain behaviors that we have that might we still practicing from the slavery days, but we don't know where it comes from. We just know that this is, you know, how brothers do it. You know what I'm saying? But that's definitely something. And then, you know, the video game era too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, specifically for me, you know, the first time, like I knew it was people that was talking, you know what I'm saying? It was a Southern brother that, you know, we used to go over there and just listen to him talk, and we didn't really know what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then, but the first time, like I didn't know, you know, I knew other brothers used to come on the block, right? And they used to be having cyphers, but I didn't know what it was. We used to just hang around them because they was the older kids, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And the first time, though, somebody said that they was God, I was playing video games. But at that time, the video games was in the corner store. You understand what I'm saying? So we was the little kids in the store playing the video games, and the bigger kids was standing in front of the store doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? And then one day they came in the store and said, "Yo, this, you know, Jerry said he's God." You know what you talking about? Jerry for the first floor? He said he's God. You know what I'm saying? Do not disturb one. Yeah, y'all know how it gets, man. As soon as I come online, all of a sudden I got 1,000 people that want to talk to me. You know what I mean? But peace of you got it. Abdul Rafi. It's been a minute since we seen Abdul Rafi. Divine Truth 793rd, Khalik Asil, SWL7, Smell Goods, Universal 7, Shaquem, The Wordsmith, Calmus Longley, West Coast Wise, Jarrell Boylan, Got Knowledge, Fly Phrase from the Providence Plantations, Born Eternal, Waju, Jakeem. You said here, out of all hip hop, only about 0.1% of it is conscious. I mean, you know, in the mainstream, you know, that's something else that happened. You know, just in general, people are so much more concerned about what's going on in the mainstream that, you know, a lot of things that's grassroots don't get the same traction. You know what I'm saying? IB. Not a fan of boom bap. So, you know, that's, you know, to me, I'm gonna tell you something. That's like saying you're not a fan of country music that's sang by people with big hats on. like you don't like country music. That's yeah, I really don't. It's you got Brilliant Elevation, Jula TV, VCR. So yeah, we hit up Raborn. He hasn't tuned into us yet. You know what I'm saying? But What's going on out there? D1X tuning in to us from Poland because we broadcast to the world, Craig. The world. But like we always do, we open up with some questions to see if we got any questions out there about yesterday or any of the other classes. Is Allah will manifest in it? He has some questions that he put in the comment section of the last video. But we always give a chance for some people to ask some questions, because if you don't have questions, you're probably not studying. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of difficult.
This is a safe assumption.
It's kind of difficult to learn something totally new. From you've been looking out in the sky, and then all of a sudden, you told that everything is inside you, and you don't have any questions. By the way, everybody do the Each One Teach One, hit the like button, and share this on your other pages. As a matter of fact, I didn't get a chance to share it on my other page, but I'm using my phone as the camera today, so I'll have to wait until the end. But y'all know YouTube doesn't send out the alerts for us. And so we have to do our own alerts. Dr. Denkenstein. So I guess we got all heavy hitters in here today. We got all heavy hitters. Where's is real hip hop? Is real hip hop in? As soon as if y'all see real hip hop come in, and I'm not paying attention, somebody all right, EHX1 peace, all right. I'm glad you like that joint. I'm glad you like that joint right there.
Yeah, tomorrow you got him?
I ain't got no cash on. You got knowledge out on you Thursday?
Beer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we almost at a year. We almost at a year for the. I think what was it? December 3rd. I think December 3rd, December 5th, something like that. It was right after the rally. I'm not exactly sure what day. Would you say, how do I see its history versus her history? Oh, why does Islam mine don't say her history. Why does Islam renew its history? That's one of the changes that was made by the firstborn. There goes real hip hop right there. So yeah, you know, real hip hop. I'm pretty sure you know what I was gonna ask you already, right? Oh, the God IB, it's your born day. Happy born day to IB. Hopefully you see many more of those. You know, if you want to see more, I advise you not to become a gangster rapper.
I might not see this girl though. Yeah, it's kind of on my feelings.
Don't become a gangster rapper. But real hip hop, you might as well go ahead and answer the question because I'm sure you know what I'm getting ready to ask you. Oh, the 3rd is your born day. Oh, so I came on. My first day on was your born day. I think that's something. Hold on, let me see. Let's see what this here says. Oh, December 4th, it says here, was my first. It looks like it's saying December 4th. I think I started the channel on the 3rd. And that was the first day that I broadcasted. Real hip hop, you studying the 1 and 14. So that would mean that you completed. So you know the 9th degree. You know the 9th degree in the 1 and 10. That's what you're saying. How do I see Nation of Islam in the born degree in the 1 and 10? Well, you gotta clarify that question a little something because you know there's layers of that. So you got the Nation of Islam as opposed to the religion of Islam, right? But there's layers to that. Was my uncle brought over here by the trader 379 years ago. You got to remember that the lessons is written from the perspective of Fard and Elijah. You know what I'm saying? So when it says my uncle, right? You know, Alfonso is our brother God. So Fard being his son and the Son of Man, he's referring to his uncle. What you said here? In the first 2 degrees and the 1 to 10, there's cover for all the rest. His father's uncle, his father's brothers is his uncles. Yeah, but real hip hop, you haven't answered the question of do you know the born degree and the knowledge add degree for that matter in the 110. Now, when he says the uncle, he's talking about the the 17 million that's lost in the wilderness of North America. You say, can I ask you, is there non-African American 5 descendants? Justice. Yeah. Justice, come over here for a minute.
Yeah. Hey.
Does this answer your question? does this answer your question, EH?
What is it? Oh yeah, peace. I'm a non-African American. I'm a non-black 5 descendant.
Yeah, we
non-African American.
in fact we teach all the human families of the planet Earth.
Lovely brother, dog cat, peace, guys. Peace to the 5% nation, the AK nation of God, the peace. Justice University.
All right, Supreme Man. We got nah. See, hold on. You need to come on. You need to come on Real Hip Hop. See, because what they call paraphrasing, knowing your lessons and paraphrasing is two different things.
Totally different.
You know what I'm saying? So Small Good said, are they trying to say ADOS or FBA are his uncles? Yeah, pretty much. Real Hip Hop, we need you to come on. See, listen, when you gotta remember, when you're looking at all the lessons, right? It's not in a vacuum. You gotta look at the entire thing of what what Fard's mission was.
What's going on, guys? You gonna head down to school and all today, or what you think?
Yeah, gee.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I guess he's in the side.
Is that you? You kidding with that noise, man?
Oh, you want a deal?
But you got to look at what the entire mission was. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the whole context of the story, right? Alfonso first wanted to come over here himself. But being that he couldn't do that, right, because of his complexion, right, then that was the sign so far being born half original. So that, because when you half original, you can move amongst both groups. You know what I'm saying? So he was able to move amongst the colored people in order to get past the border, in order to get into the country. And then once he got into the country, he was able to move amongst the original people in order to get his message across. You understand what I'm saying? So, I'm not sure if you up there yet, you know what I mean? But when you see Son of Man, right? S-O-N of man, the Son of Man is Father. See, in the 1 and 10, it already tells you you have the original man and the colored man. And that's who man is on the planet. Elijah Muhammad, being half original, is the Son of Man. So when he comes over here and says that someone is his uncle, right? What he's saying is that they are the original man, like my father, Alfonso. You see what I'm saying? Now, for the record, I don't know if this is where you was going. I'm not the uncle, I'm the father. See, because when you go through the rest of the lesson, it tells you that the uncle is the one who is has been made other than his own self. You understand what I'm saying?
Got one more card, okay? And you know who that is, right?
That's big.
Oh, yeah, number one.
Yeah. Number one. I'm gonna get him.
Okay, so you said in the knowledge degree in the 136, what's the above question number 10 referring to in the 136 or what? You know, it's every 10th degree. See, 10 is above 11. Like when you read your degrees, right? Well, all of the ones that I've seen, the 10 is always above the 11. You understand what I'm saying? So see, even if you ask yourself the question, right, who is that mystery God? You know, does that have anything to do with you know, the answer to the born degree? If you look at it in the 1 and 14, does that have anything to do with the answer to the question in the born degree in the 136? If you look at it in the 1 and 14, what do we have here? We're at, let me catch back up. Did I have a brown and a yellow seed? Yeah, I got brown and yellow seed now. Unless you know something I don't know. I haven't spoken to them today. You know, and then I'm gonna tell you something, you know, that's something that is cipher to cipher too. You understand what I'm saying? And in any given thing that you and a group of people is working on, you know what I'm saying? You know, you might have a brown seed in this cipher, you know what I'm saying? For instance, around your block, you might have a brown seed, you know what I'm saying? But then your school might be in another area. So you're around a different group of people over there. Are we part of the too many Indians? Well, my great grandfather was he's from a place that was an Indian fort when the British got here. You know what I mean? I never particularly heard anything about his relation to them. You know what I'm saying? And my paternal great grandmother, she was raised on the Indian plantation. To my knowledge, she was Indian. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if you mean that. You know, the 2 million Indians, it tells you is a part of us. You know what I'm saying? In the 1 in 10, it tells you that the 2 million Indians is a part of the original nation.
See it in 2 different places.
Fard's mother is Baby G, not Baby D. But his father was Alfonso, his mother was Baby G. What is this? The God I be says some people teach that. I don't agree. What's that? What happened to real hip hop here? Where'd you go to read the lessons real quick?
Oh, flipping through the pages.
See, it's the wordsmith. You know, the English language according to the wordsmith over here. Which part did you miss, Smell Goods?
School got Wi-Fi. You got Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Lord Shalom. Right, the uncle, yeah, we used to say that uncle means unclean. You understand what I'm saying? So, of course, you know, we've cleaned ourselves up with the knowledge of self. So, you know, I'm the father. You said you teach that there was no slave trade, and we always been here. So let me put the link back here again, because you know I'm somebody came on not too long ago, teaching that. You know, I'm curious, as to what is the science of this. Like, what is the root? What is the scientific root? You know, not the kind of anecdotal evidence, but what is the root of this teaching?
Yeah, Republican shit.
The above question part, you're talking about the brother asked the question about which 10th degree, which 10th degree is it referring to when it says the above question number 10? And wait, so how did this come up? Who, I'm not understanding. You said that there was no slave trade and we always been here. Who are you saying or you don't agree that there was no slave trade and we always been here? Well, see, this is the thing. I don't understand either extreme. Like, I don't understand people saying that none of us was here, and I don't understand people saying that all of us was here. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, in order for you to know every square inch of the planet Earth, right? You know, what we say is knowledge. Look, listen, observe, and respect. So, you know, in order for you to be able to observe it, you have to have been there. You know what I'm saying? And it's clearly evidence, you know, when you look at the Olmec civilization, there's clearly evidence that the original people was over here. You know what I'm saying? As well as another thing, you know, when Caucasian people came to Africa, right? There were no Nigerians. There was no place called Nigeria. So by the same token, when they got to Wilson, North America, there was nobody here called Indian. There was all different groups and tribes of people that was over here surviving, you know, according to their way of life. You know, when you look at the history, right? The group that's called the Indians is not one group of people. They just, when you look at you know, even the history of what's his name? Erickson? Leif, is it Leif Erikson? That came to the wilderness of North America before you know, the rest of the Western Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So you know, that's another group of people. You know, you got Pacific Islanders that was here. You know, you got people from you know, as they now call it, Africa, that was here. So you know, sometimes what we're doing is we're you know, we're using kind of the understanding of who the Indians are as we've been educated, right, in today's system to try to track them down. And it's not one group of people. Oh, and Dr. Dangenstein said, "Are we the 2 million Indians?" Well, yeah, that's what I said. You know, we're is, and this is a strange way to put it. You know, we're not the 2 million Indians, but the 2 million Indians is a part of us. You understand what I'm saying? You know, like anything that you're dealing with, like you know, the 600 is a Benz, but all Benzes is not the 600. Hold on, let me bring on the God I be over here.
Yeah, Jack is. And I don't know if any of your boys.
Peace, God, peace.
I'll give you a little travels around so you see, like.
Can you hear me?
There's sweatshirts and got little sneakers.
In my background?
I am.
The other stream is muted.
Oh, I don't know if your boys like.
I don't know what that is.
You got your
racism,
video and stuff?
ableism, and capitalism.
Oh, snap. Yeah, that's right.
On the margins. The new people
That's good.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of background noise though. It's like somebody typing.
Yes. I don't know. That's something in your connection, I think.
Maybe if I take it off the earbud.
Possibly.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, besides the feedback, I hear a lot of the like the Morris Science brother and certain other people. They use that bill saying that we was always here and that there's no slave ships, that you can't find the slave ships. Nobody's ever dug up any slave ships, so they're saying that we were always here and they made up this whole slave trade situation. And I'm like, yo, if they made the whole situation up, this got to be the greatest conspiracy ever created for them to do something like that. I mean, they basically told the whole world something that wasn't true. They did that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I understand the way you broke it down is definitely true. The 2 million Indians is part of the original people, and they was mixing with the 2 million Indians. You know, certain Seminole tribes. There was original Africans that were in those tribes, and also there was also Indians that had slaves as well. So
Right.
you know, we have become part of Indian tribes in North America, but us being always here and none of us coming from Africa, I don't subscribe to that.
You're right about that. That's something that I haven't really had too many opportunities to get into them with a lot of conversations about that. But that is an aspect that a lot of these original people that they talking about was in different tribes. They was there because those tribes had enslaved them. I think they call it the 5 civilized tribes.
That's right.
And the 5 civilized tribes were slave owners, and so and they was forced to free their slaves in 1865 too.
That's right. That's correct.
And
Some
so
of them
that's why you see
fought with the Confederates.
right, and that's why you see the original people existing amongst them. And the Seminoles too. The Seminoles is not an ancient tribe. The tribe that existed in Florida got wiped out. You know what I'm saying? Through the disease and wars. And then there was another tribe that was like in Alabama or Georgia somewhere. And they lost a battle up there and they migrated into Florida. At the same time, slaves was escaping from South Carolina and migrating into Florida. And so they went together and formed the Seminole tribe that, a lot of people is claiming, but they not really an ancient tribe.
That's right, because the word Seminole means runaway.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what they say. The word Seminole means runaway. Yeah, so I just that's what I really wanted to clarify as far as that, because it's like it's this competing rhetoric that's going on. When they talk about that alternative facts. So people got these streams going on where some people actually believe that there was no slave trade. You can't find a the slave ship. It's a whole conspiracy. So I mean, if there was a whole conspiracy, that would legitimize a lot of 120, the 1 in 36. What would it mean for that? It would mean that wouldn't be right.
I mean, some of those things I don't really see the significance. Like if you say you can't find a slave ship, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can't find right now. You know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I had yesterday that I can't find right now. So I never really understood the significance of that, one way or the other. But Abdul Rafi asked a question here. Do you think the 2 million Indians has to do with the migration out of so-called Africa 40 million years ago through the Indian Ocean and throughout the Pacific? Some of them, because those are the people who became like the Aboriginals in Australia, the people that's in the Andaman Islanders, the Pacific Islanders. You know what I'm saying? That was the migration that occurred 40 million years ago. The migration of the Dravidian tribe is more recent than that, though.
So what do you think about what Ivan Soderbergh was saying as far as Mansa Musa's brother? He said that Mansa Musa's brother came over here before Mansa Musa came to reign as king.
Right.
So I mean, do you think is it possible that they could be like some of the what's the name of those heads again? The Olmecs? You think that they could have possibly been the Olmecs?
I think the Olmecs was here before him even though.
Oh wow.
Because remember the Olmecs is more ancient than the Aztecs and the Mayans.
Okay. So one last thing I would like to say about that. What do you subscribe to DNA as far as like 23andMe, African ancestry, something like that?
I do think it's real things that they measuring. You know what I'm saying? Like it's science. But some things to me is still based on a little bit of racist ideas. You know what I'm saying? For instance, it's based on, everywhere that you see somebody in Africa, that's where they've been, since evolution was complete. You understand what I'm saying? And only a handful of extra smart Africans who ended up evolving into everybody else is the ones that moved around. So, like for instance, they'll say that something like no South Africans was brought to the wilderness of North America in the slave trade. No, you can say that you didn't take any slaves from the place that you named South Africa eventually. But that's not to say that me, as somebody that I might be from a tribe that's in South Africa, who's to say I didn't go to West Africa for a reason?
That's a fact.
You understand what I mean?
Yes,
Maybe I went over there to get some resources the same way you went over there to get some resources.
That's right. That's right.
Because see, that's also connected to the idea that nobody who's sub-Saharan African, right? Nobody who's sub-Saharan African has anything to do with Egypt. You understand what I'm saying?
That's now cipher because they already said what did Dr. Ben say? He said, I came from the bottom of the mountain of the moon where the God Happy dwells. He's talking about Central Africa, right? He said it was an old script that said that the originators of Egypt actually came from inner Africa, because you know that the Nile flows from south to north. So the higher regions is in the south. So most of the people that came into that region came from the south.
Right. But that's, all of that's connected. You know what I'm saying? Like just the term itself, sub-Saharan African, right, is a term to separate us from the developed world.
Actual fact.
You understand what I'm saying? Because all of their civilization, like you said, the Egyptians would tell you that they knowledge came from the interior, right? But when the European comes in, he just knows the Mediterranean and what's right there on the Mediterranean. You know
That's
what I'm saying? Which is going to be Asia Minor, and Egypt.
That's right. That's correct.
You know what I mean?
And there was a whole other slave trade on the eastern southern coast of Africa where people was getting taken into India and other areas as well.
Right.
So, we don't know where our people is all over. We can take it all over. So, and then, the Arabs was already practicing in the trans-Saharan trade, so you don't know where those people went. Those people, people can take it everywhere.
Right.
So it's thick. But I say peace, though, God. I just want to clarify some of that information.
All right, no doubt.
All right, peace.
Lord Shalad, they actually they called them the $5 Indians. The $5 Indians is at some point after the Civil War. I'm pretty sure it was after the Civil War, but it was in the 1800s. When there started being benefits, certain land grants, etc. A person could pay $5 to whatever commission it was. They could pay $5 and have themselves declared an Indian. So now that's another group of people, you know what I'm saying, that's thrown into the mix. We'll be looking at them as one people. You know what I'm saying? But in fact, they're Indians by fiat and not really by heritage. All right, hold on. Let me catch up here. Complete dialogue. Elohim's Flames coming from Facebook. So this is we gotta hold up. We're gonna get to that one. Because that's a question that I actually somebody presented me with that question yesterday. So Dr. Denkman's signed. So then we part of the 17 million that was brought over here by the trader. See, we all have to research our history individually to say that. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, my great grandmother, I don't recall what tribe. There's still people around that I could ask. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that she's from an Indian reservation in South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? But the issue, right, is the 1870 census. See, the 1870 census is the first time that black people was recorded. That's it, the last time or the first time? It's the first time that black people was recorded as people. In the census that come before that, we're counting.
All my ideas. Just backtrack.
We're counting with the cows and the chickens. And when it talks about the livestock that the slaveholding person had, right? It would just say, they got 3 male slaves, 4 female slaves, you know what I mean? And it might put their ages there. So people that have actually traced their history, you have to go back and know people in your family, right? And when you trace back the genealogy as far as you can get, now you got to identify this person by the other characteristics, such as, for instance, their age. Like if all right, this person was this age when they had a child, and this child is somebody that I know who they are, right? then you could trace back and say, okay, they was from this plantation right here, and this person of this age right here matches up. You know, I mean, there's cases where there's more records, you know what I'm saying? But generally speaking, this is what happened. And so, you know, even when you hear the people, the ADOS people saying that, you know, over here we became one tribe. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the ways. That's one of the things that facilitated that to happen. They call the people in Taiwan Indian as well. See, there's a lot of Indian people. Like for instance, the country in Indonesia. Like once you get into uh, southeastern, uh, Southeast Asia, right? You starting to get a mixture of the Chinese people and the Indian people. So when you go to places like Taiwan, uh, Burma, those people is mostly Indian. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not sure how far and wide that diaspora goes. You know, if it goes all the way over to Taiwan, but it's very possible. But here's a question right here. Lord Shala asks, was Far's mother's name really Baby G? And these are some interesting questions, right? You know, I don't know if you was getting ready to take it in this direction, but what kind of person from Mecca is named Alfonso? What kind of person from Mecca? What kind of is that in an Arabic name? And for that matter, what kind of Arabic name is Wallace? You know, these are good questions. You know, I myself would have to do some more research into, you know, is that an Italian name? Baby G. You said Baby G is just short for baby girl. One King said the Seminoles were runaway slaves who fought the Europeans. They were also Maroons. He said most so-called Native Americans don't really reject the Indian description. They actually prefer to be called either Indian or Egyptians. The Indians and the Gypsies were exiled out of India. Um, well, you know, that's one of those things. You know, most so-called African Americans don't reject the African American description. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's a kind of in education, you know, like if you ran into if you went to the Amazon, right? You went into the Amazon jungle and you found because you got Indians that's out there right now still fighting. Like they didn't get the memo. They didn't get the memo about what was that place where they had it was pretty much like the last battle. They didn't get the memo about Wounded Knee. You understand what I'm saying? And they out there right now, and they going to war with like the loggers because that's you know where they tribe has been living for however long, and the loggers coming in, destroying the habitat, running the animals out. You know, is causing their existence to be more difficult. You know, if you ran into one of them, they wouldn't be saying that they Indian because they haven't been re-educated. You know, most of the people you see now, you know, even if they still living on a reservation, they still products of the re-education programs. You know what I'm saying? To the point where, you know, these same Indians that you're speaking of, right, who accept that label, you know, if you was to put them back out into the Mississippi River Valley, if you put them back out into the Mississippi River Valley right now and tell them to survive off the land, they probably wouldn't be able to do it because they've lost a degree of their knowledge through these re-education programs. You know, the same way we've been through a re-education program. Chief said in 1770, Florida Indians collectively became known as Seminole, wild people or runaway, a Creek word meaning separatists or runaway. Yeah, I think that the Creek Indians was the ones that was in Alabama and Georgia that lost their battle up there. So Carmen's Romney said Olmecs were over here in 1300 BC. So, you know, like I said, that would be, you know, much before the Mayan and the Aztec civilizations. I'm trying to catch up here in the comments. You said you've never heard of Indians owning African slaves. Yeah, you gotta research the 5 civilized tribes. You know, one of the reasons that you got you know, a lot of Indians that was wiped out by disease, right? And then you got apparently a lot of Indians who wasn't wiped out by disease. The reason for that is because some of them are white people. Like there's, you know, even in the history of America, right? there's certain white people that for whatever reason they didn't want to exist amongst the other white people, right? So they went out with the Indians and lived with them. When you're speaking about each individual, and whether you would consider yourself the 17 million or the 2 million, you know what I'm saying, that has a lot, like for instance, you could be from Puerto Rico, right? That you hear all about the Taino Indians, not getting too deep into the details of that, but you could be from there and still be African. That's like a big movement that's going on right now in the the Latino world, or however you want to call it. That the Afro Latinos. You know what I'm saying? Just the knowledge of them existing. The knowledge of them existing in and of itself is hidden. Sham God King said there are so-called black Indian tribes here in Long Island called the Shinnecock. You talking about the Cuffees? Is that who you talking about? Sheila, come here for a second. This is, come back on this side a little bit. This is CLR right here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you could say a lot of things, but we really have to know our history and really research. But this brother right here is one of the Cuffees. You said that was your great grandfather?
Yeah.
But he was the original man that went out and joined the Shinnecocks. And his bloodline, you know what I'm saying, they was fruitful and multiplied. So you got Cuffees all over, at least the Northeast.
Oh, the pioneer married the Indian woman. All Cuffee.
So IB said Alfonso could be a Moorish name. Now, that's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? The only thing with that is that the Moors wasn't in Mecca. Like first you had the Umayyads, who, that was the first crew that expanded out. And then from there, that whole alliance started breaking down. You get the Abbasids, the Moors, etc., etc. Right, Wounded Knee. That's why I said if you went to South America, you know what I'm saying, those people down there would not they would not identify with the name Indian because they haven't been re-educated. And also to your question, you asked a question about Africans owning African slaves. Indeed, there was black slave owners. Doesn't the story go that Alfonso went into the mountains and found baby G? He went to Italy. I suppose maybe he's talking about the Alps when you say the mountains. He said Fuad changed his name a few times because in one place it's W.F. Muhammad and in another it's W.D. Fuad. Do you think the Indians having straight hair makes them totally different from us? No, it's we given one image. You know what I'm saying? And this is something, and this is a Hotep channel. Let me do that disclaimer first. You know what I'm saying? But see, we given one image, right, of what an African is in order for us to, kind of come to the conclusion that, that the people of that continent are the only people that they have and are all savages. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, you got all different kinds of people in Africa. You understand what I'm saying? When they just show you the one kind of people with the one kind of hair, you know what I'm saying, one kind of noses, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? If you look, from West Africa to L, bring back a 16-ounce Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? So when you go from West Africa to South Africa, right, you see a little bit different people. You know what I'm saying? When you go from South Africa to East Africa, you see different people. You know what I'm saying? All right, no doubt. And they all have different characteristics. You see what I'm saying? So, when you see the Ethiopians or the Somalians, the Eritreans, the Kenyans, you know what I'm saying? You see different characteristics. You know what I'm saying? So, we don't have, in order for colored people who clearly have straight hair, in order for them to come from us, right? That means that characteristic had to exist in us, or else extra DNA information had to come from someplace else. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning if you got a whole bunch of apples, you're not gonna make peach cobbler, because some other stuff has to come into the mix. Whatever they are existed within us it existed within us. You know what I'm saying? So no, I wouldn't say characteristics make anybody different from us, or make any part of our group other than self. So Elijah said, Elijah's wife said her name was Biba G or Baba G, but what does the G stand for? Great question. Right. Papa Wu is a Cuffy. There's a lot of Cuffys in Wu-Tang. So you said the Yamasee, found widely scattered among the inhabitants of North and South America, supposed to have immigrants from Africa prior to the European discovery of America. Is the history of far from Elijah? Yeah. So this book right here, this is a book recommendation, Human Species by A. de Quatrefages. A. de Quatrefages. Complete dialogue. So they call us Americans to make us think we want to assimilate with the devil, to think we are the same. Sincere born Asiatic. It's been a minute. Rasulullah said the Moors was from Morocco. They were Berbers in all actuality. Abdul Rabi said, I work with this dark-skinned Liberian with straight hair. Every characteristic, you know what I'm saying? When you see Asian people and the characteristic eyes that they have, you know what I'm saying? When you see people from Samoa, Samoans, the Samoan Islands, Europeans, etc., etc. All of those characteristics existed within us. And this is what Yaqub was able to exploit. You understand what I'm saying? When it tells you that he used the black gene and the black germ and the brown germ that exists within the original man, is telling you that he used characteristics that already existed amongst us. You know what I'm saying? And destroyed the dominant characteristics. And after following this process for 600 years, it became white and weak and was no more the same. Did I see Paul Guthrie? Yeah, Paul Guthrie saying that, farthest from India. He had some compelling things he had some compelling things in his presentation. You know what I'm saying? I recall when him and that's what I was, I wanted to see him and Wesley. I wanted to see him and Wesley go at it. Well, not go at it, but have a discussion. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Raborn. I'm sure he'll come on. And it's what the thing is. This would have been a great conversation for him, because this is his topic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was building with him. That's what he was saying, is that there's a lot of things that we go all into, speaking in general terms. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the things that we could research, you know what I'm saying? Like, you talking about, 100 million years ago, what the people was like, 16,000 years ago, who was exiled from here, who was exiled from there, and you don't know who your own great grandparents are. You understand what I'm saying? And so he was like, that's why you always hear him speaking on who was the groups of people that was brought over here, you know what I'm saying, and what's their history, you know what I'm saying? How did they come to be the individuals that was brought over here and ended up being the 17 million? You know what I'm saying? And so he has a lot of specific and direct knowledge about some of the things we're talking about. So, but we still got a ways to go. So let's not count out Raborn just yet. Right, during elevation, you got Aboriginals with blonde hair, red hair, different things. You know what I'm saying? You got what is that group of people? The like when they in terms of the human genome, you know what I'm saying? You do have some outliers. It's clear that they're not telling the whole story. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, there's a guy in I think South Carolina that is said to have like the oldest DNA or something out of everybody so far that they did DNA testing. You know what I'm saying? Um, I'm trying to think of what is the name of these people. But in terms of the mainstream people that have submitted mostly to the DNA testing and everything, most of their DNA traces back to this group of people in Africa. Christian Kemet Politics said blonde hair is a genetic mutation, but it still has to mutate from somewhere. To my knowledge, the Amin Ra squad is not Raborn. To my knowledge, SW is a little more well versed on the Mean Gene. Shout out to Mean Gene. But he's a little more well versed on Mean Gene's channel. I'm pretty sure Raborn is Dagger Squad. Guthrie says Shabazz is an Indian tribe from India. I mean, y'all don't want to go in down this, y'all sure y'all want to go down this rabbit hole. The group of people they call the Sand people, SAN, and I think they're a tribe within the Twa, SW. I'm not sure, but I know they're called the Sand people, SAN. Right, you still learning about like a lot of these. That's a good point, Watts. That a lot of people don't even know their history in the nation. Like it's certain people that's just names to you. You don't really know anything about these people's history. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times we find ourselves reaching all the way back, and then things kind of get how they say uh on Mean Gene, how they say pseudo. you start to get a little pseudo, because whenever people reach back, right, and you go back 10,000 years, you only mostly look at the good. When you go back 10,000 years, a lot of times you ignore the bad and the ugly. See, that's why amongst the 5%, we say, look, man, we deal with the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. Oh, Raborn is NBK. I didn't even, NBK is a new one to me. Albert Perry. What's this name? But Guthrie says Shabazz is an Indian tribe from India. Now, do we want to go down this, because I've been kind of skipping over those. Do we want to go down that rabbit hole of kind of what, so, I don't want to put words in Paul Guthrie's mouth, but where some of that relationship is coming from? Like who, the tribe of Jabbar. Has anyone you said Shabazz is a Persian word meaning royal falcon. Abdul Rafi said most of us have an Indian story instead of African from Grams. What do you mean? Born King says Shabazz is from Yemen, Saba or Sabian, Queen of Sheba or Shabazz. They migrated to Ethiopia and became the Habesha. Where's this science from? No, I'm saying, no, today's mathematics is knowledge. Today's degree in 136 is my name is W. All right, J.A. Rogers. But who's Albert Perry? Why did the name Albert Perry come up? You read that? But you out there?
Oh no, I'm doing it. I'm going back and forth.
See the key you got to know about the tribe of Jabbar.
Yeah.
See, the tribe of Jabbar never strayed away from civilization.
Never lost.
And so, Alfonso was from the tribe of Jabbar.
Mm-hmm.
But oh, Albert Perry is the brother that's from South Carolina. That's what you're saying, right? That's the yeah. I had brought him up. That the brother in South Carolina that's supposed to have the DNA that traced back the furthest out of everybody. That's his name, Albert Perry. In case anybody wants to look him up. But are we gonna go down this rabbit hole one last time? Are we gonna go down the Paul Guthrie Fuad is from India rabbit hole? Because I know a little bit about that. I read it to you, man.
You go now. You go now. Go with you now.
Hey, listen. It must be. This must be a special day when the wordsmith doesn't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Yo, dog, you want a 16-ounce Pepsi?
Nah.
Nah?
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. All right, let me go to the bathroom.
I haven't messed with Pepsi since they dissed Ludacris. Seriously. But see, this goes back to even in today's we go back by steps, right? Does anybody know where the largest population of Arabs and Muslims are in America? Yeah, I'm funny that way. I deal with tribalism. What I'm able to do that because once I got the knowledge of self, and then I expanded my tribe out to all the human families of the planet Earth. So see, I don't get caught up in the tribalism, that other people get caught up in. Right? Born King said Detroit. It's possible that it's Dearborn. Yeah, Dearborn, right? Yeah, but this is all in that area, right? Do you know why that is?
Why did Islam hit Detroit?
Well, this is we're about to go into a possibility.
Juwali, I'm talking about Fuad.
They
all hit Detroit.
We're about to go into a possibility of how that happened, and answer the brother's question in here. Okay, Abdul Rafi, I see what you're saying. That a lot of brothers in America, they could tell you what Indian tribes they descend from, but they can't tell you what African tribes they descend from. Even though me personally, I'm from Great Ghana. I've done my own assessment. And apparently there was a war against Great Ghana in, I think, 1790, and the prisoners of that war was taken to the Gullah Islands. Indians, no. So there's a guy named Mirza Ghulam. And Mirza Ghulam was from he's where it's now, if you look at it now, is Pakistan. But at that time, it was all India. Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh was all India, and then the British broke it up because it was being so much unrest with the different religious and cultural factions fighting with each other. But before it was broken up, there was an individual named Mirza Ghulam. And Mirza Ghulam who was he teaching? I think he was teaching that he was the second coming of Muhammad. Like he was teaching that he was like the new prophet of Islam. And he was teaching that the white man is the devil. And Mirza Ghulam sent he had his own sect of Islam. You know what I'm saying? That he built up in India. And eventually he sent out an individual, to be like a missionary to spread the Islam that he was teaching around the world. And that dude, that individual was the same person that wrote the Quran. He was the first Muslim to translate the Quran into English. It's possible he was teaching he was demonic. You know what I'm saying? And that group of people, he was successful in his mission. And the sect of Islam that he was teaching, like Born King said right here, was the Ahmadiyya Muslims. You know what I'm saying? And so they was in the Detroit area teaching Islam, you know what I'm saying? And don't tell boy mastermind. And so one of the possibilities that go along with that whole story is that Fard was a person from the Ahmadiyya movement. Which would kind of coincide with the whole idea that Guthrie was saying that Fard was Indian, and also of why it was so much people being exposed to Islam in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? And how, like I said, this dude, Mirza Ghulam, was already teaching that the white man is the devil. And if you look somewhere, it's somewhere on YouTube. I saw it before. There's a video of Warwick Dean speaking. And Warwick Dean is in this particular video, he's speaking on how he used to go into his father's library, and that a lot of the books that was in there was from the Ahmadiyya Muslims. Right, Paul Guthrie was saying that he was teaching Buddhism. I can't really recall what was the connection that he was making about that. But that's one of the rabbit holes about that you could go down. You got the names. Mirza Ghulam. Who was the guy? I think Maulana Ali.
Ali, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Maulana Muhammad Ali.
Right. He's the
translated Quran.
Right. He's from the Ahmadiyya movement.
Do say Muhammad?
I think he's the one that did the second one in like 1930.
Okay.
At least the second one that was by a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I think the very first one was by this lawyer. The very first person to translate a Quran into English was a lawyer from England, but he translated one that had been translated into Latin, and then he translated the Latin into English. Your uncle was saying Jesus was Buddhist. This is another rabbit hole. Listen, see me, I deal with the things I can show and prove. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to keep going down rabbit holes, one of the connections with this is that Jesus was Mark Antony and Cleopatra's son. And that once Mark Antony lost the battle for Rome, and she knew that Caesar's other son, what was his name? Augustus?
Mm-hmm. Augustus.
When she knew Augustus was coming, she picked two of her servants to take her baby out of the country. And that those two servants is who Mary and Joseph really is. And she took him to India, and he went out there and, studied, I guess Buddhism, whatever other ideas. And then he came back with that knowledge. So that's another rabbit hole for you if you care to do that level of research. The nation did not teach traditional Islam. Elijah and Farr taught more really from the Bible than anything I really recognize as Buddhism. You know what I'm saying? There's probably some ideas in there, but when you're talking about Musa and Jesus, you're not. I don't know if that's Buddhism. How many students do you think Fard had? That's difficult to say. You know, all we know is that Elijah rose to the top. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, he had to go through trials and tribulations with the other students of Fard in order to become the leader of the NOI.
You might well stay here for a minute, because even if I take the last train, you know.
The long time?
Yeah, I take the last train, I go closer to my crib, you know. But we could just stay, you know, we could leave that as it for
Yeah, Paul Guthrie, he within his ideas of who Fard was and what Elijah was teaching, he had some calculations in terms of the 2,200 miles that I recall seeing. The entire story, I would have to check it again. Born King said, Father and Elijah with Shriners. Jack Quinn, Hagar, yeah, no doubt. I'm a big time YouTuber now. 1,000 plus subscribers. By the way, everybody do the each one teach one, hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. And of course, share this on your other pages, your Twitter, your Instagram, your Facebook, text message, etc., because YouTube is certainly known not to send out my alerts. Right, Elijah. Yeah, even his own brother. You know, he had to. Yeah, I don't know all the details, but yeah, his brother was one of the individuals that was not exactly with him being the leader. He said Wallace is responsible for all the black Sunni Muslims in the U.S. right now. Yeah, you got to click the bell, and you also have to keep checking because apparently YouTube will unsubscribe you to the channel. Perhaps they're trying to save you from going down these different rabbit holes. You know, see, I consider them all rabbit holes because, you know, I don't really care. You know, because look, this is just one rabbit hole we going down. You know what I'm saying? You know, Fard is from Iraq. Fard is from New Zealand. I didn't heard it all. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, look, I don't have time to research something that for me is trivial, right? Because, you know, supreme mathematics is real. See, I told people before, like if somebody tried to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge, right? That's a scam. But the Brooklyn Bridge is real. I know it for a fact. I've walked across it. I've driven cars across it. I've ridden bikes across it. It's an actual real thing. So you can explain to me all about whatever scam that went on. Converting to Sunni Islam is just like converting to Christianity. I mean,
modern day.
They're not. You gotta remember, man, that the whole thing what Muhammad ibn Abdullah was saying. Muhammad ibn Abdullah wasn't saying that the other people was wrong about who and what they was worshiping at the core. What he was saying is that you're not really worshiping the way you're supposed to. So see, if you actually go into the Bible and you read the laws, right? Christians is supposed to be doing what Muslims do. And so that's why when you see the people that's I guess you could say the most pious people in Christianity, right? When you look at the priests and the nuns, they dress like Muslims.
And they ain't supposed to be swine either.
So Kendall Rowland said Elijah and Fuad were definitely not Shriners because they didn't have that sword on their fez. That sword represents that their head will get cut off if they ever reveal the secret that the black man is God. Sufism, I know what Sufism is, but I don't know the whole story of Sufism.
What up, baby? I'm going to law school.
I haven't like the history of it in the foundation of Sufism.
It's not the God club.
Right, Muslims are like disciplined Christians.
God is on the whole thing. God Christ.
Right, Brilliant Elevation said his grandmother used to go to the Catholic Church dressed in 3/4.
What's up with you, man?
Right, the Quran in Muslim in Islam, that religious Islam in general is saying that once you get into the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, that you're not dealing with monotheism anymore.
Indeed. I know you got signs popping off on this.
God, I said his whole earth be covered head to toe as an old time Christian. See, each of those movements, to a certain degree, was there to kind of reform the last movement. Like Christianity, to some degree, was there to reform Judaism. So certain things, you know, once you get to Christianity, right? You know, sacrificing virgins and you know, sacrificing sheep and things of that nature. These things these things become not right and exact anymore. You know, Jesus is the last and ultimate blood sacrifice. So have we I think we successfully managed to go down that rabbit hole and make it out. Do we have any more questions on that?
Right.
What happened to real hip hop? Kendall Rowland said it sounds like.
Hold on, man. It's a lady that you're supposed to be speaking about.
Kendall Rowland said it sounds like that means us. What do you mean?
Right.
God Abi said that brings the question of who did God have to sacrifice to? Meaning giving his son. You know, I mean, I understand your question, but I don't you know, coming from that perspective, you know, the blood represents life.
Oh, right. Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And then the bread or the body, that represents substance.
Yeah. I'm just saying, though. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not so much that you know, he was sacrificing to anyone, you know what I'm saying? But you know, the life and substance, you know, meaning the teachings. You know what I'm saying? You know, meaning the teachings of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Was there to provide the life and substance, you know, or the way we say the mental food that the people were supposed to consume in order to know how to know how to live. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, real hip hop, he eased out real smoothly. He eased out real smoothly when it was time to talk about the degrees. Elijah said we were born Masons in the theology of time. Dr. Darkim said wasn't Elijah a noble Jew Ali follower? Hence the pictures of him with the feds. Now another rabbit hole here.
Like a mother.
I don't know. I don't know if it's me or if it's y'all today, but but you know, this is a whole other thing. You know, who was a follower of who?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Was Noble Drew Ali a follower of Fard, or was Fard a follower of Noble Drew Ali? Was Temple number one, and why Temple number one that is, was that a converted more science temple? And then there's always the issue, issue, not saying problem, but there's always the issue of Noble Drew Ali being from Newark. See, so most people that may not be, see, I've been to Newark, I know about Newark. That's a whole other part of this rabbit hole. I don't know if y'all realize. Detroit, what? You know, shout out to Newark, USA.
Yeah. We in this
Brick City.
That's a whole rabbit hole right there. Right, the God RB brings up a good point. I thought Elijah said we were born Muslims, not Masons. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. They don't even say North. They say North.
Wow.
They got.
You gotta say it with the Newark.
Nah, they don't say that.
Oh, okay. I don't have been there. That's a little together.
Yeah. Jersey got their own accent.
Oh yeah, they do. It's like Brooklyn, but it's a little different than New York accent. A little stuff. It's still a little New York accent. Better than the Boston accent. Jersey accent kind of still a little New York accent. Nah, get that.
And see, this is a whole other, whether you born Muslim, Mason, that's a whole other
rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a rabbit hole.
Born 85. Basically, you don't know shit when you're born. 85. Depends on there. Some Christians, some Catholics, some Muslims, some Masons.
According to New Africa Center, Noble Drew Ali is from North Carolina. At some point, he was in Newark. Somebody says here, tell my gold seed peace. He knows who he is. Born King. Matter of fact, is Jack King still in here? What was that sign I was talking about yesterday? New Africa?
Oh, I'm all in.
Be busted now, man. The fans got you.
My bad, man. He about to get all types of text. This conversation about to go all types of crazy. We do it again. Peace.
Yeah, what was that song I was talking about yesterday? Somebody brought up New Africa. Somebody said it was in Alabama or Africa Town. Some people said it was in Alabama. Some people said it was in Oakland. What is this science? Because it's the first I ever heard. At least in this modern, in the 20th, 21st century, I've never heard of a place. Mobile, Alabama. So what is the science with this? Like, is this an old thing that I didn't know about, or is this a new thing that's getting started right now? Speaking of that, I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Did that come up as a link? Because they're supposed to be letting me put links. I'm supposed to be able to put links now. Let me see if I can tune in. I keep wondering. I see other people putting links, and they didn't have to have 1,000. Let me try to read it. I see Sunniers putting links all the time. But they told me I can't do links until I get 1,000. No, it's still not linked. See, YouTube is really doing me dirty, man. See, y'all wonder why me and Hassan Campbell is always saying that YouTube is hating on us.
I do. I like this idea with okay, God.
Alright, so Born King said last D as slave ship arrived there 1861 Yeah, I think it's a typo or something. The last slave ship arrived there in 1861. 60 Minutes just did a story on it. Hmm. And this is Mobile, Alabama. And so the place there is called it's been called Africa Town all this time, or this is something new right now that they instituted and call it Africa Town. Last illegal slave ship. All right. Last illegal slave ship. Last illegal slave ship arrived in Mobile, Alabama, in 1861. And so, how long has this place been known as Africa Town? I'm gonna have to watch that segment. That sounds very interesting. You make me go down a rabbit hole now. Like, is that a new proposal now for them to call that Africa Town, or has that been called Africa Town? And if it's been called Africa Town, why is that knowledge not more widespread? So it's been called Africa Town. The descendants of those slaves are still there. And so it's like the place, like some type of hidden, like, is it like a hidden gem where there's a lot of positive things going over there amongst the people, or is it just like one of those places? Because once you get down, it's like, is this like the Delta? Well, no, that's Mississippi, the Mississippi Delta. But like, what's going on with those people right now? And did the people there know their history before the 60-minute segment? You said, what if they're lying? They're always lying. We got to be careful while we're watching. I mean, that's why I have questions. I'm not questioning them because I think they're wrong, but that's how that's how you examine. Asking yourself that question is how you when you go about answering those questions, you're gonna need to show and prove that is right, or you're gonna show and prove that it's not. So the story is about gentrification. It was a thriving community, but factories and the highways were built in the middle of it. In recent times, or during the urban renewal days of the 50s and 60s. Because that's what happened in a lot of black communities after World War II. And they started dealing with what's called urban renewal. And that's when we got those highways built through, our communities, where I'm from, it's the Cross Bronx Expressway that that was the major project that led to the next phase, which was the benign neglect in the urban communities where the brothers had moved to during the two great migrations, you know what I'm saying, from the World War I and World War II eras, and at the same time, the colored population, the colored population is moving to the suburbs in Westchester and Long Island. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna look it up. So in the last 50 years, right? So you going back now to late 60s, early 70s. All right, Complete God Allah finally joined us over here on YouTube. Make sure you do the Each One Teach One over here as well. Hit the like button, subscribe, and of course, continue to share it on the Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. Abdul Rafi said, how does the chat see the term Asia land, which would be symbolic to, well, Asia means land of the rising sun. You know what I'm saying? He put land of the sunrise specifically right here, but saying that he draws it up as the land being the body and the rising sun being the raising of the conscious state of mind. Melchizedek, nah. Melchizedek not coming on my channel. Nah. We're here from Melchizedek. Let's go to Infinite page. That's W, so origins above and below. Born everlasting. Born everlasting is not getting on the internet. So, if he were to change his position, of course, we could get born everlasting on here, but you're going to have to catch born everlasting at a rally. See, Melchizedek is somebody who got one foot in both worlds, man. And some of the things he says, man, is, listen, I'm a person that I like to maintain my respect. And one of the things I do to do that, right, is I respect others. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's an older brother, whatever. He's at least 80 years old. You know what I'm saying? He's done his thing. But he's somebody that got one foot in both worlds. And he's somebody that, for me, he says things that's ridiculous. Like, you had to write a book with the lessons in it so that the guys could always have them. Pardon me? Pardon me? You talking about the cats that preserve it? You talking about the cats that preserve it, that preserved it so that even the people who are supposed to be the followers of Elijah had to come get it from us. But you need to write it down so that we can always actually. Sometimes you gotta listen to what a person is saying. And then hold on. In order to do that, you had to make money off it. Like in order to do that, you didn't just make copies of them and hand them out at the train station. You didn't get a mailing list and mail them out. No, you put it on Amazon for sale so that we could always have it. Who is he talking about? See, don't be confused just by somebody speaking our language. Like right now, if I say cheerio, let's watch a little telly. That don't mean that I'm British. It doesn't mean that. Just because you recognize a little bit of something over there, man. So remember yesterday when I spoke about the saying comes from Africa, but I saw it on M1's social media. Where he said when the axe walked into the jungle, the trees looked at the handle and said, look, it's one of us. That's why we examine things down, man. That's why we go word for word, man. See, that's why we deal with it's not her history, it's his history. That's why we go and listen. And people that do that, we need you to write it down so we need you to sell it on Amazon. So you this stuff is ridiculous. Yeah, see, plus lessons is gonna cause confusion, man. Especially if you don't know 120, man. See, this is the thing about 120, man, that a lot of people don't understand. You're not supposed to be taking years, months, and days to learn 120s, right? You're supposed to be learning 120 in a couple of weeks. And see, if you learn 120 in a couple of weeks, look, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, but look, I know some people less than that. You know what I'm saying? 2 weeks, 4 weeks. And then you go on. Then you go on to, like I said yesterday, you go on to learn some things that's more complex, more complex applications of what you learned in 120. And then sometimes you got to learn things to simplify it down. You see what I mean? Some people get into all this, what comes after 120, and then you go into all this stuff, but then none of the people that you need to be teaching understand what you're saying. Now you start to go into all this outer space stuff, that's really theory. And you can't explain nothing to nobody that happens right here around them on the planet Earth. And see, that question came up the other day, man. What I think about life out of space. I'm mastering this life right here.
Right.
Now, if it comes to that point, when I get out to outer space, like I said, when I get out there, right? Because see, you can't leave right here until you master right here. I don't know how you're gonna get outside. You have to master a lot of laws of physics, chemistry, biology, etc., for you to get out there. Now, when I get out there, right, wherever I land at, there's going to be somebody out there that's the original man. There's going to be somebody that naturally, that's their home. And on every level, from their biology to, their mindset is going to be based on their home circumference. And that'll be my righteous brother. When I get there, I say, peace to God.
Peace to God.
And there's going to be somebody who's grafted from him that's causing confusion. And I'll stay away from that devil. You understand what I'm saying? But in terms of, you gotta know how to bring things back down right here. See, even when the brother said, why, you don't see the same impact of the 5% to the young, that's one of the reasons too. Is that you got so many people that want to talk all this super duper high science.
Right.
But see, even like what Jesus said on the record, well, he said something, lip professing ass niggas can't even feed their own seeds. You understand what I'm saying? As W said, being walked through 120 teaches you how not to get caught up into things because you were taught instead of getting theoretical or speculative. And that's what ends up happening, man. That's what ends up happening. But just if you study your lessons, man, and just get it over, man. See, like that's why I'm on top of real hip hop. Time's up. Time's up. We've been doing this a year. And real hip hop has been, at least 6 months with us. Real hip hop been around since at least the spring I can recall. And real hip hop don't just come on this channel. He go on Sunya's channel too. I'll be on Sunya's channel. I watch the lives. You over there, you over here. See, now after a minute, you see, look, that's another kind of bloodsucker. That's another kind of 10%. When you sit around and wait for me to go through all the trials and tribulations that it take to come up with an understanding, and then you come and talk to me about that. Nah. That's what the religious people do. And you see what kind of thing that leads to. I dare you right now, if you're in a Christian church, right, go over to Cash Flow Dollar, right, and tell Cash Flow Dollar that you need to have a meeting with him because you're having some problems with your wife. And watch what happens. You won't be having problems with your wife much longer.
Yeah.
See, you ain't gonna bloodshot Cash Flow like that. Cash Flow is gonna show you what this thing is about. That's the reality. See, we have that level of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right? Where we can come together and be one mind. But there's some things in life, right? That look, this is a one-man thing. This not a blunt right here that we all smoke. This is one. Some things that's a one man thing. And when it comes time for you to do that one man thing, right? You have to use your wisdom and understanding to save your life. And the only way that's going to happen is if you got all the knowledge yourself. See, even look at the example of the nation. See, that's the difference between this nation, right, and a lot of other nations. Is that Allah passed on all the knowledge and wisdom. So even though him leaving from this plane, right, was abrupt, it was unexpected, the gods was able to use their wisdom and understanding in order to save this life and preserve it to the point where we can get it right now. So you don't really want to know the kind of people who don't have their own wisdom and understanding to save their own life.
Peace on my farmer has what there. Counting on the pit guy.
Peace to the guy.
See, there's a lot of things, even if it starts out one way, even if it starts out, look, I'll give you a good example. See, we could all do a crime together, but you're doing your time by yourself. Even if you're in the same jail with your crimes, you doing your time is your time.
Still your time.
And see what happens when you get in that situation, right? And you don't have knowledge and wisdom of that. You start telling. That's what happens. You have to submit because you don't have enough knowledge and wisdom, right, to see clearly what you're supposed to live out in that situation. Right. That's another good example. You know, we all together in a cipher. We all growing up. We all building, but everybody's swimming in 9,000 miles by themselves. I see that happen to a lot of people where every summer, right, you had a certain amount of people that would fall victim. Because see, when they come into school every day, and you know that cipher is going to be there, and you know the ramifications of not knowing your lessons and everything, right? That kept some brothers afloat. But then when the summertime comes and you leave the state to go visit your family or something, and now you don't have, did you even recall to bring your lessons with you? Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? See,
good luck.
Yeah. Some of us come back from summer vacation. Oh, I know 120 now, guy. You know what I'm saying? I know 120. And some of us come back, and you ever say peace to somebody, and you can tell you brought them back from the dead. Just when you said peace to them, you can tell they haven't thought about this knowledge in years, months, and days. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It ain't even that they don't see the black man as God no more. They just haven't been around the culture. And they don't really have the power in themselves to stand perpendicular by themselves. See, that's why you ain't supposed to be taking, years, months, and days to learn 120, man. Especially at the ages that we at.
I think that he's doing good. I don't want.
You know, you got people that now they was 7, 8, 9. You know, 5, 6, 10. Yeah, those kind of people, they can take 3, 4 years to learn 120. But listen, look at it this way. It took Elijah Muhammad 3.5 years to quote it, right? First of all, he only had a 3rd grade education. You've been to college. You know all about physics and all this stuff, but Elijah Muhammad quoted in less time than you. And on top of that, he didn't have it already written down. He already did the hard part. He already did the research. You know what I'm saying? Answered the questions.
I got that shit. That nigga is hating. I'm telling you guys. I thought about myself. Don't worry about it. I love how do. There you go. I'm that guy.
So you gonna let Elijah Muhammad, with his 3rd grade education, quote it in less time than you, when you ain't even got to come up with it from scratch? Look at it how you want, but that's what some of y'all is doing. Like if you that smart, where you want to read all these books, right? They just learn 120 in a week. Since you're so smart that you can learn a little bit of it, and then you're gonna learn a couple of degrees, and then read some books, and then come to the supreme understanding. See, first of all, what have we been doing all this time? What we been doing? What's the point? What's the point of even having 120? If you can learn the first 5 degrees in the 1 to 10, and then read some other books and come up with the supreme understanding. What have we all been doing here? What are we doing? What is this substance that you made of that none of the rest of us is made of? How you able to do that, but the rest of us, we all had to learn 120? Clearly, you're the most high amongst us. Clearly, I'm not the one who should be answering the questions for you. You should be supposed to be the one answering the questions for me. Some can't get past the 1st degree. I mean, look, if you can't get past the 1st degree, you're just not one of us. See, sometimes that's what happens, man. You know, see, we have an emotional attachment to a person, right? And because we want for our brother what we want for ourselves, right? You know, we end up wanting this knowledge for somebody more than they want it for themselves. And so we don't want to accept that this individual is just not one of us. Like a person could be biologically related to you, man. Same mother, same father, same nurtured in the same household, ate the same meals, went to the same schools, had the same teachers did. But they don't react to this knowledge the same way because they're not one of us. You know, West Coast Wise asked the question, you know, after 1 year, you know, what's the direction for this year? That's one of the directions. Because from from every one of us is supposed to spring a nation. See, that's one of the lessons that is telling you, or one of the things you could draw up from when they talk about the 12 tribes, you know what I'm saying? But they just named one person. Because from that person spring a whole nation. Yeah, see this skipping degrees y'all talking about right here. That's another thing I've never understood that.
What is that skipping degrees?
Yeah. Like if you're going to count to 120, right? Do you think it's easier to say, okay, 1, 95, 54, 31, 111? You think it's easy to do that? Or you think it's easy to just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? I just don't understand that. You know, it's things like that, you know, it's things like that that make me you know, it makes me wonder, you know, am I that far removed from the current young people that's coming into the knowledge that this thing makes no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing about this knowledge, man. Look, I know everybody wants to be unique. Everybody wants to, you know, original man, you want to take that to the pinnacle, man, and be unique about everything. But look, man, listen, Allah gave us a blueprint, man. All you gotta do is go according to the blueprints, right? It ain't it's no magic. All you gotta do is stay consistent with the blueprint.
Stick to the script.
But you go according to everything else, and then you wonder, yo, man, why I'm not getting to, dude, what are you doing? You make it harder for you to build with people and people to build with you. See, in order for us to build, you know, together, there's got to be one blueprint. There's got to be one plan. Like if the person that's doing the brick masonry, they come in and build a house that's 10 feet high, you know what I'm saying? But then the person that's coming in to do the carpentry, they had plans to build something 20 feet high. It's not going to work. Yeah, the degree is always in the 1 to 40. So we got any last questions before we wind this one down? Shout out to Raborn. I guess he didn't get a chance to tune into us. Of course, I will hit him up and we'll get him on. Maybe tomorrow. We'll be back on tomorrow, of course. Other than that, like I said, do we have any last questions before we wind this one down? Yeah, Dr. Degenstein, that's with a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? We on the outside looking in, and people see the social equality amongst the guys.
I got that.
You know what I'm saying?
I got her.
How fast, Jeff? People see the social equality amongst the guys and they want to be a part of that. But that's the same thing with everything. People see the social equality that a drug dealer enjoys. But when who made that record? Where he said, where was you at when we were shooting in the gym, though?
Drake.
You understand what I'm saying? That's the bottom line. And yeah, we enjoy that social equality because every night we go home and we study our lessons. And so when we came out to deal with first things first and last things last, it was time to build. And we took things through all of those stages of knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement, culture, freedom, power, refinement before we got to that social equality. And that's with everything in life, man. You can see a doctor. You can see the social equality that he enjoys. You know what I'm saying? You can see him drive off in his Benz. But where was you when he had to do those lab classes, when he had to write those papers, when he had to be working all the extra time, being an intern, you know what I'm saying? That's the balance. You trying to do something that's unbalanced. Christian Chemist said, I hear Raborn is a false claim. Well, I mean, that's part of what, I had asked him to come on the show for. You know what I'm saying? As I know, a couple of people on here have asked questions about him. I seen him around before, like I said. That was the first time I actually had a conversation with him, and oddly enough, one of the reasons that he was over here is he was saying that somebody was like he had a little back and forth with somebody, so he had came here to be on the square. You know what I'm saying, and address the person, but in the end, he came and the other person didn't come. So.
That's Papa Wu, Saquon. That was about
I'm
Saquon. That's Saquon.
Yeah, Rod, yeah, he definitely, he's an intelligent brother. You know what I'm saying? If yeah, my opinion is, everybody knows I'm not going on Mean Gene, and that's one of the things is that you go on Mean Gene and you get caught up in this back and forth thing, and then you start looking like, Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of just, manifesting what you got to say, you know what I'm saying? Because now it's you're going back and forth, it becomes something different.
Okay, it wasn't
Oh, see. Now look at there. Look at there. Our brother Raborn. I wish I had some applause. I wish I had, I wish I had some applause to introduce our brother Raborn. You know what I'm saying? But he happened to come on right now. Raborn, you there?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Right, yeah, you just unmuted yourself. Peace to the God.
Peace, God, peace. Thanks,
Well,
I
right
thought
now,
you, I thought you was coming on the God hour, man. You told me the God hour. I'm like, oh man, I was like,
nah, I said no. You maybe I maybe it could have been spell check or something. I said I'm gonna be on until 10 o'clock.
no, I'm talking about when until 10 o'clock. Oh, that's right. When I met you, you was like, yo, the God hour. I was like, all right.
Right.
All right.
Hold on for a second. Let me see. Because it's a little bit of clicking. Let me see if I can. Sometimes.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, yeah, that's better. I don't hear the clicking now. All right, so yeah, G, you know what I'm saying? Tell the people a little bit about your history, you know what I'm saying, and you know how you got the knowledge and everything.
All right, peace. I be the God, Raborn Mutun Allah. I got knowledge of self in Bill Power year. Um, it would be unfortunately, but I will say fortunately, I got knowledge of self when I was incarcerated. Um, I wound up staying there for knowledge life for years as a kid, growing into a man there, and from being in those numerous facilities, from going to maximum facilities, I got my knowledge built, the guards, and once I touched the free cipher, I never went back. So um I went to the school. The first place I did was check in here because that was actually be my second time coming to the school. Because I did come home for 6 months and then went back for an extended period of time. And then I met the guard Prince from the first night born. He sent me to the store, no pork on the fork. I was happy. I was like, oh, this is the first. So, and that was my first time there, but I was dealing with different ciphers, so I wasn't like 100% in there. Second time I came back, that was it. Never went back. I went to college, and now I'm in school now. Yesterday was my first day of my IT thing that I'm doing now. And then I do physical fitness. That's what I do. I have a personal training business that I have privately, and I also work for Equinox. In the community, I'm a part of this organization called BEN. It's the Brooklyn Action Network, and that deals with helping stopping gentrification. I'm also a part of an organization called the Black Male Initiative, and that's getting people into college who come home from prison. And in the summer, I work with the youth because we suffer from health, which is diabetes, hypertension, etc. And that's how I show improve. I mean, the last part is I found out about online like 2014. I met the brother Sinetta, and I started building with him and seeing what these ciphers these brothers was talking about, and I was like, oh, okay. Then I started getting in the realms with them to be like, y'all do this, okay. So then that was a good build. And now I have my channel called New Black Knowledge, and what I do over there is we talk about the last 500 years of history from West Africa to the Americas, all over, from Maroons, abolitionists, etc., and try to bring that outside to the youth. So that's what I do.
Raborn, you can hear me?
Oh, you can't hear me? Yo, mic check. Let me go in the live, yo. You. The host has muted your mic. Let me see something. Hold up. Hold on, God. let me go in my phone to see what just happened.
Hey, Raborn, something happened with your sound.
Can you hear me? Hold on. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna come back in again.
I'm the only one who can't hear.
Hold on. I know I'm not bugging, God. I'm gonna come back in again. Yeah, I can hear myself on the computer. I can hear myself on the computer, God. I just turned my phone on. Yeah, I just turned my phone on.
I can hear you a little bit now.
Oh, you can hear me? Well, I don't know where I started off at, but everybody should hear.
When you was talking about the health initiatives that you do with the youth in the summertime.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that with the health initiative, that's something I'm doing in Harlem Academy, and it's like 80 or 70 youth. We grab them up, and we make them work out, and teach them the importance of being in shape. And then I was telling you about my YouTube channel, which is New Black Knowledge, and that channel was designed to deal with the information of the last 500 years of Black people coming from West Africa to the Americas and the abolition. And that's what I deal with there. And then I come around, I build with some guards on outside of this because it's like research that I like to do. So I might build with Lord Graceful offline and a couple of other guards that I really build with. And that's that. And then I saw you, I guess. Please.
So because we was actually dealing with some sciences today, have you heard of Africa Town?
Yes. That's Mobile Town, it's in Alabama, I believe. That's the last place that the slave ships went. There's actually a book on it called the Barracoon, and those were the last, basically, people in the illegal slave trade that were brought there, and they founded that town.
And so, what's the science with that town? Because I heard it was recently a segment on 60 Minutes that they was dealing with that town. So what's the science on like the prosperity of those people, and how much of their own history do those people know?
Well, those people directly came from West Africa, and they have the ship number, the log. The name of the ship is called I believe it's the Colada. I don't want to make sure I say it right, but it's the Colada. And those people came there speaking their own language, and basically that's really how we know who they are, from their religion, their language, and actually the people living testimony, and actually speaking to the people and talking about how the people that were here already prior to them, they couldn't like communicate, and they was trying to tell them, yo, you better cut that African stuff out. You better get down with this program over here. And basically that's that with that, dog. Unless you want like in deep, but that's really, I think that's 1865, and that's really that with that. But we have the primaries of the actual people speaking for themselves.
And so another thing that came up, and I, kind of would let into that is so kind of going into this indigenous movement, right? Can you give us some of the like proof, like you hear things like, for instance, the no slave ships could be found, and different things. Could you give us some of the evidence and like some books that people might can research to find the evidence of our history of how we got here?
I'm gonna do something better than that. So can you share my screen?
Yeah, your screen is on. Hold on.
I'm gonna pull up something real quick. I'm gonna pull up a how do I do this without messing this up here? All right, let me just share my entire screen, and I'm gonna go into one of my presentations. So that screen right there, you gotta share this other one that says Raborn. All right, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go into something. I don't know which one it is. Is it this one? Trying to see if this opens up for me. Come on. All right, so it will be this one then. Okay, so when you ask me a question about the history of the people, right, on our history, so the objective is when they say that the slave ships never come, we have a ship called the Henrietta Marie, and we have the Colada. I was in Florida. I was in Key West in the beginning of this year, and then you have a African cemetery there called the Higgs Beach, and it describes the three boats that was there, the bones that was buried there. You have the African burial ground in Manhattan, right? And that is real significant because it speaks about the first 11 black people who came to New York. And the first 11, they have Pacific names. And this goes to 1626. And the actual Dutch records tell you their names. So it's like Simon Congo, right? Anthony Congo, Peter Sao Tome. And when you go to that actual museum, they taking out the stuff from the grave. So you can see them with the Sankofa bird. You can see them with juju bags, all right? You can see them with stuff with Islamic writing on it. I mean, so you see them with the West African beads. Then plus you got the DNA that automatically attaches them there. So it's like 419 of those bodies. Now it's more under there, like 1,500, but they only excavated like 419. But that's one way to do it. But just to get, let's just deal with the foundation. All right, the beginning of the slave trade is 1441, God. And what I mean by that is that that's the Portuguese. And the Portuguese are the ones who start the slave trade. They defeat the Moors in 1415 and take over this island called the island of Ceuta. Once they do that, they now start traveling to a place in Northwest Africa called Rio de Oro. When they get there, they capture these Pacific Africans, and the first place that they go is not to America. The first place we go to is Lisbon, and we go there, and we go to Spain and Seville. So that is the beginning of the slave trade. And the primary source for that is called The Conquest of Guinea by Henry the Navigator's chronicler Zuara. So if you want to know that whole story. But now let's get to what the guards told me. Yo, we want to look at the literature to see when we came here. So there's one record that you have in Mali from Abu Bakr III, and it speaks about this 2,000 ships came to the Americas or came across the Atlantic, and they never came back. Now, the problem with that is that that's really it. That whole story about that, it doesn't even take up a page in the primary. So then you have to think about, did they have ships and stuff when they were there? Yeah, they have boats. Well, you're talking about a shipping industry. They never found that. Then you have to look at, okay, you know they came from Mali. Now you know who Mansa Musa was a real person. You have to see if you can find their language here in the Americas. You have to see if you find their intangible culture with their gods, etc., at an early date. But do you find Islam here at that early date? No, you don't find it. So that's up in the air. But I just want to start with that. Now, here's what we do know. What you're looking at on the screen right here is a primary. Now, these are the people who come with Columbus. Some of them is called the Nino brothers, but this specific person you see right here, name is Juan Moreno or Juan Portuguese. This was one of those black people that was in Portugal. And we got to remember, again, backing up, they go there from 1441. So they've been there for a generation and a half. They now speak Portuguese. They do these specific things. Some of them are Christians, etc. But this is what it says. A free young black man named Juan Marino, or Juan Preacher, who worked as Christopher Columbus' servant in La Española, which is, what you would call Haiti Dominican Republic, is considered the first black person on record to arrive in Americas since 1492. So this was a servant. So here's a primary document right here that says this thing. And this is where we know for a fact who came here. Now, this next one, let me go here. This one It says the first two recorded cases of black persons traveling to La Española in 1493 that we know of are those of two free black men hired in Seville. Remember, I told you we was in Seville in 1501 by two different employers to do work as salary workers in La Española. The first name was Pedro. The second was Andres Garcia's, hired on October 13th, etc. So these are the people that we know for a fact that came with Columbus. I mean, so this is where I can start the story specifically without speculating, without talking about omic heads, without having some kind of issue. This is what we know for a fact. Now, there was something it speaks about, give me 1 second here. There's a theme or something that goes on here, right? And this says there was an agreement prohibit to the residents in all colony individuals banished from Spanish kingdoms and those who have been Jews or Moors reconciled. So they banned Jews and Moors in 1501 from coming here because they didn't want them to rile up the Native Americans, and they didn't want Islam or Judaism here. They want only Christians. The fact that this says that blacks raised in Spain were already seen as a convenient labor force for the Spanish colonization of the Americas, but non-Christian blacks were banned. So those first black people that came here, those people were Christian. So that's something a lot of people don't know, but that's who they were. Now, what are they called? These people are called Ladinos, and the term referred to general the blacks who are familiar in general with the religion, culture, language of Castile and Portugal, either because they haven't been born or raised in those territories due to long contact or exposure to these cultures. Conversely, those blacks with no familiarity with Iberian cultures and languages, typically those brought straight from Africa, were called Bozalas. So these people, the Ladinos, those are the people. The slavery in Seville was different than the Americas. In the Americas, when the European got here, he was looking for gold. So he had them doing mines. In Seville, in Portugal, it wasn't like that. The slaves didn't even live with the same slave master. They would live with their family, they would work, etc., but they would have to pay their master. So when they got here, something happened. And this goes to your question, God, as far as who is these people? Where'd they come from? This right here is the first revolution in what becomes in the Americas, right? So it says right here, this 1522 rebellion. So this is in La Española, right? Thus, in talking about the essence of the movement and disturbance, the uprising was started by the blacks of Admiral Diego Cullen's sugar estate and by his black slaves, and not by all he had, but about 20 of them, most of them language of the Wolofs. So these Europeans are telling you that the people who speak the language of the Wolofs are the ones who came here and started the first revolution here in the Americas. This is how we know who came here. And now we know a Pacific tribe, and we know the European was there. Now, when we get to the naming of these people, this guy here is named Sebastian Lember. He was the maroon leader of Hispaniola, today's Dominican Republic in Haiti. Some scholars believe that Lember was born in Africa, Central Africa, the Congo region, because the name Lember is associated with the affliction cult. And this is the scholars writing about it. Now to get back to this, and I'm going to end this, God, because I don't want to keep this. This is what I'm talking about, Spain, right? And what these people that were brought there. Though the records are far from complete, in Lisbon, 1551 to 1502, had 10,000 slaves. This was equivalent to 10% of the city's population. 1620, there was almost 10,000 slaves in the city. Now, here's what I'm talking about, so we can wrap this up. Now, this is a person that's from the Congo. You will see a lot of individuals show this person and be like, look, he's a Native American, look what he got on. But this is a king Nzinga of the Kingdom of Congo in West Africa. The Europeans, the Portuguese, are the ones who started the slave trade. They were already there. So this is what they do. The Portuguese explorers reached Congo in 1483. 8 years earlier, Congo tribal leader Nzinga was baptized and took the title Jao. So this king accepted Christianity so that he could defeat his brother and get guns so that he could basically run and do the things he wanted to do. Sadly, but this is what happened. The distinguished visitors from Lisbon, distant outposts of the empire, included royalty from the Kingdom of Congo. They actually he sent his sons going to Portugal and Portuguese over there so that they could teach them and they could come back. And that's how they were translating, etc. Now, there's one thing that I have here, God. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm muted.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
doing
want to keep going far, but this goes to the question, God. Like when you deal with the ships, we dealing with this, all right? We dealing with this. Intangible culture. What is this? Intangible culture includes oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe, or the knowledge and skills to produce traditional crafts. This is a culture of the people that wasn't put on them by the European. This is what they came with. So we want to see who and what was the culture. Now, this is a book from this is free. You could actually go to the UNESCO site. They actually have 8 volumes. This only has 3 volumes, but they have 8 volumes. It's called The General History of Africa. And then you could go through that and you can see basically from the foundation coming on down. Now, what is this intangible culture? The Rada and the Petro spirits, the Voodoo spirits, or the Lao, as the Haitian called them, were once divided into several nations. The Rada, the Petro, the Congo, the Nago, the Igbo, and so on. In most cases, their names clearly indicate their African origins. This pattern is still used in some parts of Haiti, right? Now, when we get here, it says the Rada spirits, whose name comes from the town Alada, which is an ancient Dahomey, which is now Benin, are known as our Raisin, Root Awa, by a more general title, Lao Guinea. African Lao, the Rada are associated with the right hand with the downward direction, and therefore directly with Guinea and Africa. This is their culture. We can see this all through this thing. We know that this is not indigenous here because we know that it's from Benin. The question, how did it get here? When did it get here? When do we see it? Lastly, these people are called the Wadea people, or it's a place called Wadea. You might see that map. So now you see these people in the Americas. The Wadea people considered the earth was held up by a pair of great snakes, etc. But this tells their culture, right? Now, I'm going to end it with this, God. This right here, 1619, I say they try to tell you that this is the first time that we came here. I'm not going to say that we didn't come here in remote times. That is a possibility. It's just there's not a lot of evidence about it. I'm specifically speaking about what we can prove. So the first settlement within the present borders of the United States to contain Negro slaves was the locale of the first slave revolt. This was in Florida. This happened in 1526. And they described in their records the Negroes, etc., and how they basically was rocking with Indians. So in 1526, and what became the United States, this is what's on the historical record of how we got here. So when the question is asked, how do you know we got here? When they say it ain't no slave ships, I point to the culture, etc., going on there. So I'm gonna end that. So with that, I'll leave that alone if you want to add on about it. But that's that.
No, we was actually doing the knowledge. One question I would have, right, is where does one you know, because a lot of times we want to know things, but we don't even know how to research it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was explaining to brothers how the 1870 census is significant because that's the first time that we was counted as people. You know what I'm saying? And once you go beyond that, for most people, you actually have to know how to research, you know what I mean, where to find the sources of the knowledge in order to be able to track your lineage back. So how does one go about doing this type of research?
All right. So one is looking at when you read books, they always got sources in the book. You know what I'm saying? So you want to go to the source. So like what I showed you are primaries, right? Most people will write books on a specific subject, but they all talking about one source. They just taking it on a different level or going a different aspect. So And what you talking about with the census, right? I have something on that as well. You know what? I'll just show it to you. I mean, so this is for the people, so you can see how you just grab books and stuff that deal with that. So let me pop this in here. I know I got my book. It should show up real quick right here. Counting Americans. So let's deal with that, God. Open. So my screen should be showing. So this is called Counting Americans, right? So what you asked is a perfect question. So first, if we want to see how we were classified, declassified, classified as Negro, classified as Indian, you go to the actual census. The U.S. Census is on thing. They actually have it from 1790 going all the way to today. So you're going to find something very interesting in there because they basically tell you what they did and what is the year that this mixing of classification came into play. But the first thing is to understand is what is the purpose of the census? What is it for? What do they use it for? And why was it created in the first place? And where are you at in the census? So the first place to go, since you brought up, would be the actual website of the census. And it's gonna have it right there. And what you do is you look at the instructions. When you look at the instructions of the census, it'll tell you what they did. So I'm gonna blow this up so you can see it. This is the purpose of the census. Representations and direct taxes shall be appropriated among the several states, which may include within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to serve for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed 3/5 of all other persons. So there's some things going on here. Who is the number of free persons? That's white people. Who is these people that are servitudes? You had Britons and Irish and all those people here. They were indentured servants. So that is talking about these individuals. When it says excluding Indians not taxed, these are the Indians who did not live inside of the Union. So they had Indian territory. Why don't they count them? Because they have nothing to do with their union and how they do how they got their government built on representatives. This is talking about us. 3/5 of all other persons. This is dealing with the 3/5 compromise. And the 3/5 compromise was brought forth so that the South couldn't have more power in the House because they have most of the slaves in the South, not in the North. So they came up with this 3/5 compromise so that they can limit their power by counting the slave, etc. So when you go into that census, God is going to break it down. You'll see that in 1860 and 1870 is where they first used Indian as a classification. You'll actually then begin to see them with this term Negro all up in there. And then you'll see them making a distinction, especially in 1870. It is going to tell you, if you pop it up and look it up and go to instructions, it's going to tell you, it's going to define it. It's going to say Negro, a person mixed with white blood. If a person is mixed with white blood, classify them as a Negro. If a person is mixed with Indian blood and he's a Negro, you classify him as a Negro, right? That causes the problem, God, because now you have these people, all these people, because they dark skinned or whatever, you just classifying them that. So that's a problem, God. So you right on point with that. But if you want to know about that, that's what it is. But first, know what is the purpose of the census. It wasn't never about enumerating all the people in the Americas. Only the people that was inside of the union that they was controlling at that time, so that they can have their representatives and delegate their power. Has nothing to do with we want to know everybody who's here. That's not what they were interested in. Let me close that.
So now take us a little bit, you know what I'm saying? That's we dealt with in terms of the transatlantic part, but let's start back, in Africa in terms of who's the different people, and what are their stories that ended up being brought over here.
All right, so I got you right now. So I heard you talking briefly about the Gullah. I just couldn't jump on because I had to finish reading something. Give me 1 second, G. I'm gonna do one more thing here. I think this says right one. So I'm just gonna pick one real perfect example for you so you can see this. Hopefully this opens. Why is it just bleeping like that though? Okay. Give me 1 second, G. This thing is the last time you opened docs, right one, yes. Cancel. So I'm waiting for this thing to close this. Create no, yes. So what's going on? Okay, it's popping up right now. I'm gonna go back here. All right, let me go out of here. Wait, I think I lost it live. All right, here it is. So I'm gonna share this. So you asked.
Oh yeah, your screen is not on the listener. You gotta rejoin.
Yeah, I seen it now. So I'm gonna put it back again. Yeah, you can put it there again. Tell me if you see the joint. So you asked about. You wanted to know who the people are. All right.
Right.
So here's a perfect example. All right. So we go back to these intangible cultures, right? So there's a word here called Africanisms and Jamaican Maroon culture. Why do I focus on these people? Because these are the people who specifically ran away and their culture is still here from West Africa, and they wasn't indoctrinated. Because remember, you had some people called Bozolas, and those are the people who were brought directly from West Africa. And some of those people from Guinea, certain places of Ghana, they wasn't in tune with the European culture. So these are the best people to study so that you can see. So I'm gonna go here. All right. So one of these people are called the Windmore Maroons, and this is their cosmology. Regardless of it's pseudo or however you want to break it down. I'm saying disregard, this is what they was dealing with. So it says there's no simple supreme deity, the omnipotent creator known as Yankumpom or Nyami. So now we know the word Nyami. So these are the people that were dealing with the science of Nyami, and some say that it's the sun, some say it's all knowing, but in reality, it all extends to the family because Nyami has a wife, and her name is Asiya, and that union brings forth family, etc. So you gotta kind of read through the myth to see that it's basically talking about man, woman, and child as the foundation of their society, which is why they have ancestor worship or veneration to venerate actual people who really lived. And we can see that culture here. So it says that direct communication with this Yankee Palm figure is not possible. Below Yankee Palm are spirits of the maroon ancestors. So that's what I told you. The spirits of the dead called Dupis, Jumbi, Big Man are closely linked with the living and have a great deal of influence in daily human lives. So in that part of West Africa, they specifically speaking about the characteristics of these people who actually lived and did things, and they use that ideology to bring them forth. So this would be people from Ghana. So I'm gonna go directly to right where we at, and let's go right where we at. So let me keep on scrolling down here. I'm gonna go right where we at, and I'm gonna start right here. Should I start here? Nope. I'm gonna go right down here. I'm gonna make it even better. So let's keep moving. Wait, where is it? Okay, right here. So we know about the Underground Railroad, right? So this book is called Quilts, Hidden Plain View, right? So when we see the Underground Railroad is not a real railroad. It's houses, churches, Masonic lodges, and stuff that we utilize. That's another story. I'm just here to answer the God question. It says the tradition of encoded secret signs and textile designs, mostly done by women, continued in the New World, where remembered African signs were combined to create unique creolized symbols. Examples include a Brazilian cloth embroidered with designs called points for a Yoruba god Ogun, and Suriname capsules embroidered by women with designs derived from a maroon script called Africa, right? Which is based on an Nsibidi. So Nsibidi is a West African writing, and that is found here in the Americas from Nigeria. This is a society that's in Cuba that also comes from Nigeria. It's called the Cuba Abuka Society. Costumes are based on Nigerian ones with light and dark squares to represent leopard spots, value, religious principles. Haitian voodoo flags are decorated, etc. So this is this right here. And this is this black woman here. You see it says Miss Earlia McDonald Williams in Charleston Marketplace among her quilts. So you see that. Let's go to the next one. This right here. It says a Yukara coif is a combination of geometric and figurative designs in a dark color on a light background. And it tells you the societies that they come from, because we had our own secret societies in West Africa before this European. And that's another story, but this is the cloth. This is what it is, right? So it says Auxilia, this is the woman that you saw before, and the left side told us that a quilt made of a monkey wrench, pattern blocks were first of the 10 quilts displayed in a single for those slaves who planned to escape. She said the monkey wrench quilt was a signal for the slaves to begin their escape. The monkey wrench, also called the double monkey wrench, is one of several 19th century American quilt patterns named after a trade of occupation. Others include the embow, circular saw, carpenter's wheel, carpenter square, square, and compass. The monkey wrench pattern is celebrated in strikingly simplicity and arrangement. So that would be where to go. Did I delete this thing? Oh man. Here it is. That would be this. So when you ask about that, those African things that was over there was reproduced over here. Remember, I told you the monkey wrench, etc. The monkey wrench to the crossroad, there are 5 square knots on the quilt, every 2-inch part, etc. Here, here, this is that. And then you'll see here, actual cabin, the log cabin quilt, and the windows of the slave cabin. This quilt is hidden in plain view. This is from the Boone Hill plantation, etc. So that's just one part of the culture. We can go to Congo Square to see where we made our music at, which is right here. And this is Congo Square, New Orleans. This is 1724. These gatherings include singing, dances, and religious ceremonies, including voodoo, dancing, and vocalizations. Spanish rule of Louisiana, 1763, relaxed Code Muir and allowed enslaved people to set up. This is why in this region here, the biggest slave revolt was happening in 1811 that dealt with Charles Dessalines and other people with a con name started it. I can keep going, God, and show you wherever we at, where this is at, but I think that'll be good enough.
But I'm in terms of, like you just said, the Akan people, you know what I'm saying? Where's the Akan people from, and what other people was the groups that was brought over here?
Oh man, God. It's a lot of people. A lot of people, God. So when you deal with that, you dealing with Pacific parts of West Africa. So what you want to do is you want to look at the participants in the slave trade. So when you look wherever these people are at, they build forts. So if we go to Ghana, what was the fort there? The fort was called Fort Cromarty, or the Castle of Elmina. Who were the people there? Those people actually paid rent, or the Europeans were paying those Africans or those people from this Akan tribe, etc., to build that castle. But that castle wasn't for slaves at first. It was just dealing with direct trade. So we are descendants, the best people that you name, because that's a part of my family, and my grandfather is the Gullah people. So the Gullah people, if you look at Queen Quet, who is in the UN right now fighting for her people because they're trying to take her land, she basically tells the history of Igbo landing. And when she tells this history of Igbo landing, she gets to go into talk about the language that they speak. And then there's a person named Lorenzo D. Turner, and he is basically the black man who is the founder of Gullah linguistics. He found 4,000 words in the Gullah Geechee language that correspond with 17 different tribes. And that will mostly be from where they're specifically from, which is Sierra Leone. Some is from Liberia, some is from the Congo and Guinea, etc. So these tribes would be the Bambara, these tribes would be the Yoruba, but the Yoruba consists of like 11 tribes. The Khan consists of 11 or 12 tribes. They're different. They have different lineage and different systems. So in order to tell who those people were, we just look to see the culture that was brought there, the language, and we look at the records. And that's just a couple of people. You have the Bambara people, you have the Yoruba, you have the Akan, you have the Mendi. Yeah, there's a lot, God. There's a lot of them.
And then what about when we get back on this side of the Atlantic? What are some of the some of the activities that occur? Like, is there any count on how many different rebellions it was in North America?
Ooh. Okay, so I gave you the first two. The first one happened in La Española, that's 1522. The second one happens in 1526 in Florida. And since I'm here, wow, man, you have a lot of them because you have what you call, because you said North America, so you have multiple Maroon Wars happen in Jamaica. So you have the Tackies War, right? That's going on. You have that rebellion with Queen Nanny. I mean, again, that's another Akan person. So they are actually fighting with the British when they took over that island the whole entire time. So these revolts is what caused these Europeans to end the slave trade because it was just destabilizing and destroying their system. So this book here, I'll open this one. Hold on. Speaking about the revolts, you dealing with, let's deal with the Gullah. So you see how this says the invisible war, right? I'm not going through all of this, but I'm going to back up some here. I'm just going to give you some that is not really talked about if this thing ever moves. There's something wrong with my, what's the name? My Wi-Fi. So you have the Denmark Vesey conspiracy, right? That's 1822, but they call him Gullah. It's a Gullah insurgency because the person that's basically they say that is involved is a person named Gullah Jack, right? But these people were portrayed by the mulatto people. So the mulatto people was the mixed class who betrayed them. So there's a lot, God. So you'll have 500 actual revolts on slave boats. One is called the Marlborough, right? So we fought from the time we got off the boat. We even took over boats and went to wherever the hell those people went. We don't know. We just have the record of the Europeans saying it. And since the time we landed here, there have been revolts. The biggest one being 1811. The longest war is this right here, but you got the Stonewall Rebellion. So this is 1739, right? Man, this thing is taking too long, God. So I'm gonna go off of the head with this. But you got the Stonewall Rebellion in Carolina. Those Gullah Wars are mixed with the Seminoles. The Seminoles are actually fighting these people from 1822, from 1814 all the way down to the late 1830s. And these battles, they are actually beating the European. They are running them up out of there. So, damn, God, you making me go in here. So you have something called in Florida called Fort Augustine, and that was developed by the Spanish. So you dealing with the 1600s. Those Spanish people freed the slaves that the British had. So they made a proclamation that whoever joined the Spanish, they would free them. So what happens at this point is there's a person named Francisco de Negro. He builds what you call Negro Fort, and that is in the 1739s. So these people, the first part of the Underground Railroad, where people running from the British, which is in the Carolinas, they're running to Florida or Spanish Florida, and they're merging with the Yamasee Indians, they're merging with the Seminoles, and they're merging with all these other different people. And that is the war, which is called the Invisible War, that they try to erase it like it never happened. Like they was really like kicking their ass. So here's one person, right? This guy here is named John Horse, right? He's mixed Seminole. See the Fort Negro here. I'm trying to get to what I want to show you. Here's Fort Mose that I told you about here. This is what it looks like. I'm going to just show you something that has the towns. So these are the battles that they had. So this is your revolt you asked me about. The Battle of Fort Negro, 1816. The European bombed it. Here's the Battle of Horseshoe, 1814, that your school books leave out. Here, 1812, 1813, Gullah Defenders. You can see them fighting all through Florida. Hold on. I want to get to something here because there's something important here. This guy here named Abraham. This guy, he's a mixed native person. He was one of the leaders. This guy, Oscola, the history books will try to portray him as an interpreter, but he was of African descent. And these people were actually the leaders of this revolt. And I'm trying to find this thing, if this thing ever works with me. I just want to see if I could get it. But anyway, I think that answers your question, God, because I'm just thinking it's moving too slow for me.
So what about bring us up to one of my favorite parts, Reconstruction, and you have any specific people and dates, and how we established ourselves during that time.
So Reconstruction is so this is the first time that after that take place, you have a bunch of black people that come into Congress. So you'll have the Freedmen's Bureau and all these things being put into play. So you're dealing with after 1865, and it's sort of like a 12-year period because something happened. So I'm gonna go to my channel and see because I know I posted it because I can't remember here. Let me go to community, and I'm gonna see something here. Yeah, I want to show you this because this is very interesting. This has to do with a lot because we're going to get to these Reconstruction period that you speak about. Where is it? Should show up soon. Come on, move. Well, anyway, in this Reconstruction period, you have a bunch of these congressmen or politicians, and they are Republicans, and they are part of the Republican Radical Party. And this specific party is dealing with the Whig Party. Now, there's something that goes on during this Reconstruction period. The Democrats, which are called the Dixiecrats, they make a handbook. And that handbook is in 1898. I can't pull it up, God. This thing is taking too long. But in that handbook, I can't get it. This thing is not moving while I want it to go. That sucks. But in this handbook, it's a Democratic handbook of 1898. They describe the purpose of the party and what they want to do. And their goal is to institute white supremacy and their fear of Negro domination. They literally use these words. They are afraid of Negro domination. Why? Because in the Reconstruction period, we are now actually running towns that they are in. We are working in the post office. We're getting our people jobs. And these people didn't want to see that. their goal was to restore everything back to what you would call white actually supremacy, and the Reconstruction period that kind of like ends because of those specific people, and they take over, and it's a big problem with that. So there's a lot of little inconsistencies and stuff inside of that period. Most of the European writers write it as being a failure, but it was not, because you see these free black towns starting to pop up. This is like one of the origins of your black Wall Streets that come later on down the line, where you have Wilmington and all these other people that are migrating to these black towns. And they basically destroyed that and took that away because their major thing was Negro domination. That's what they feared. They literally say it. And that's the same thing we're going through today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you want to add on about that, you could go in, because I know you said you like that period.
Yeah, it's just not really, because, you got particular knowledge. I see you got whole presentations here. Really, I would like for you to come on and, give a whole kind of overview, of everything, specifically because, I'm really just, I've seen them on YouTube before, but I really just started having my first interactions with people that's affiliated with the indigenous movement. You know what I'm saying? And my perspective on everything is that, as the original people, we've been all over the planet. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna see different different evidence of us being here, different evidence of us being there, but sometimes we get a little bit romantic about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you start hearing everybody from King James to
It's
Peter
black.
the Great was original. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this, God. I'll debate with them a lot because I don't like them. I despise them, and I'm just being straight up. Anybody that identifies with black or being African, these guys will say that there was no leaders in the 60s and 70s that did anything for black people. This is what they say. Then their whole thing is fuck Pan-Africanism, fuck Africa, fuck that. So then I'm talking to this guy, and this dude pulled up a video and showed me that Malcolm X's death was a hoax. It was a crisis actor. And this is a problem. Like, they have like hundreds and thousands of people watching these dudes. So it's not just about what you're talking about and what we're saying. I'm saying that, it's a possibility that we came over here. Like, I'm not gonna deny it. It's just that it's a lot of inconsistencies in it as far as if they came from Pacific regions. But these guys are saying F the Black Panthers, F Republic of New Africa, F anybody that dealt with that. So I was like, that's crazy. Like, what's wrong with you? Like you an agent, you COINTELPRO 2020 online, because the goal of that was to discredit all of the leaders to the community. And this is what they doing. So I'm not with that, God. I'm not jacking that. I'm not feeling it. And once you start talking about Malcolm and all that, I got a problem. I got a big problem with you. That's what they doing, God. But they all different. They don't have a doctrine. They'll mix it up with Moors. Then they'll even mix up some of our lessons. Oh, look, the lesson said the original man came here. I said, okay, what it say? Yeah. So it said it was 2 million Indian, right? Who was the other 17 million that came with them? Oh, how long they been here? Okay. Does science prove it? Yeah, science does prove it. So like you can't have a conversation with them because they just show pictures and scream. But when you start doing that, I got a problem with that. I'm saying, because that's like, those are our direct ancestors. I don't care if they were Christian, beating their head on the ground. They was doing what they was doing with the best they had to fight and help free us to get us to this point. They laid the way for us. For you to say fuck them, I can't do it. I can't deal with them, dog. You gonna find out when you talk to him.
Yeah, that's and that is one of the issues. It's like almost like you telling me that because there's some things that maybe if we talking about ancient times or history, you going back hundreds of years that like you said it might be disputable. But then there's some things that you're saying where it's like, dude, I was there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you gonna tell me that I didn't see what I saw?
Right. So that would be, we would be a fool. Like if you want to use the word melanated or black, wherever the climate is really the dark, where it's specifically really hot, we know it's dark skinned people. If we look at, I really like to look at what they wrote themselves. So when I look at what they write and what they show us, they show themselves in the Bana Pamak temples. Them dudes is dark skinned with dreads, bro. Who them people? You know what I'm saying? So when we look in their culture, I'm looking at their culture. So I'm like, what's their cosmology? What do they say? I'm not doing the picture thing. I'm gonna say, okay, let me look in their culture. And then I look in their culture, I'll be like, they say they came from the sky. They say they don't talk about traveling from no distant place at all. They say they originated there from their God, their spirit, or whatever. So I'm dealing with what the people say. All right. So then there's a map called the Lenenzo map. And that map is drawn by the original people here. And they show what happens when they invade Guatemala. And they specifically show how they look. They show what they're doing. So I can't do the picture thing. If we look at India, you got the Jawa tribe. Them dudes look like they come straight out of Somalia, bro. And they live on them Andaman Islands and all that. But they DNA say something different. They culture say something different. I mean, so like, how do we define who you are? Do we exclude culture, or do we just play, okay, you dark skinned, you the original man? Like, once you leave a Pacific Point for thousands of years and you develop a different culture, yes, genetically we are connected. But when you have a different language, a different culture, different customs, you're doing something completely different. I mean, so but that's just my understanding, God. But I get what you're saying. But when you start talking to them, then you start hearing them, and you start asking them, you be like, yo, God, why you saying fuck Pan Africanism? What is that? They don't even know. Oh, it started with the white man, and oh, really? What's the white man name that started it? Don't know. Oh, Marcus Garvey. No, Pan Africanism don't start with Marcus Garvey. He didn't name it. It's way before him, and it comes from a man named Henry Sylvester Williams. So what are you talking about? And that's they don't know, bro.
And who's Henry Sylvester Williams?
Henry Sylvester Williams is regarded as the father of Pan Africanism. I'm gonna pull him up on the screen for the people so they can see. We put him here, Henry Sylvester. He's an abolitionist. And I'm gonna put him here. Let's see if this thing moves fast enough for me. If it doesn't move fast enough, you might have to do it because this Wi-Fi in my crib is non-safe. Say no to Spectrum, you heard? Damn, that shit is spinning. But if you could do it, just pull up Henry Sylvester Williams, pull up a tab, and he'll actually show up. So he's the guy that coins the word, and he's a guy from Trinidad, and he's one that starts this first Pan-African Congress, but it wasn't called that. It was called the Pan-African Alliance. And it's crazy when you get to think about this because it even starts even before him. It's just not named that. So what is Pan-Africanism? First off, all that is people identifying that we come from the same place, and in order for us to survive, we have a common enemy and a common interest and a common culture. That's it. That's what it meant. So you have a person named Paul Cuffey. This is like 1811. This guy was the richest black person here in America. His goal was to go to West Africa and stop the slave trade. So he tried to tell the people in Sierra Leone to do trading and stop selling slaves. He went over to London to meet Equiano. So Oliono Equiano is the guy who writes the book, and he makes the organization, the Sons of Africa, to end the slave trade. Those two begin trading. So that right there begins this cross Atlantic showing them that we have a same ancestry, we have the same problem, and we must unify in order to solve our problem. So what happens in this case of Equiano, you have people that fought over here 15 or 20 years prior in the Revolutionary War. Those people, those black people became the black loyalists. Those black loyalists fought with the British. The British brought them back to London, and they were poor there. Equiano comes on the scene and like, yo, we gotta help these people. Here comes Paul Cuffey, and then here comes these black Paul. They now leave there, go to Nova Scotia, and then they go to Sierra Leone, and they found that town over there. So the people that's in Sierra Leone as well as Liberia are your cousins and your brothers who fought in the Revolutionary War, who went there to found that, even though there were people there already. I mean, so that's really the beginning of that. And then it changes going on down the line. The definition changes because it's dealing with culture and a cultural revolution and people wearing afros and all that other stuff. But the objective of it was to end the slave trade and to unite with the people wherever they at. That's all it meant. But they don't know that. They don't know that. They got a problem with that.
Right. And so, you know, bringing it up to date, you know, because, you know, one of the things that I talk about is how, like, kind of when you were saying that sometimes you get a backlash, you know, about us calling ourselves black. You know what I mean? And the way I look at it is that, you know, a lot of things that we up against, you know, they identify with individuals, but they're actually systems. You know what I'm saying? And that's why individuals can come and go, but the impact of these systems is, you know, they still exist with us. You know what I mean? So, like some of these different institutions that you naming right here, you know, have you brought that up to date in a way, like, you know, how do we use those things as a blueprint to, you know, change our situation right now for the better?
Why equality so, bro? Yo, like, this is all I build about on my channel because when I met the brother I build with, my brother True Story, I never heard this 5 years ago. I was a brother that like, yo, I would study history, but I'm looking in Egypt, I'm looking in Canaan. I'm a BC guy. I'm over there trying to decipher netta. Yo, who's the black people over there? Is there an Asiatic black man? Where they at? I'm doing that. I mean, because that's what I was into. And then he started asking me questions, and I was like, damn, I don't know what the hell what did we do? I mean, so it's like the European job was to make sure that we don't organize each other or organize amongst each other. He wants to keep us apart from what? His own social equality, but he got to keep us separate. I mean, and that's the problem. So since we in New York, and I think you from New York, not sure where you gonna go, but in New York, there's something called first and foremost, there's something called mutual aid societies. So when you say bring it up to date, the blueprint was already written, it was already done, we just wasn't taught about it. So the blueprint was what you call mutual aid societies. Those are the first organizations that founded the free black community, period. Those begin in 1787. This is right after the Revolutionary War. The person name is Richard Allen. He founds this thing called the Free African Society. So now at this time, these people was black Freemasons and they in the church. So this dude started his own church, the AME church or whatever. But look at what happened. all of those black people had different Christian religions. He was a Methodist, he was a Protestant. They say, yo, we can't move forward if we build about this religion. We have to make an organization that is specifically dealing with our problems. And that's what he did. So that organization was to take care of the widows, take care of the children, develop education, housing, etc. That model became a model that went from Philadelphia to New York to all of the other free black communities. So that model of organization is the blueprint to our situation or our plight. So, yo, the religion God. So before Malcolm said this, that's noted for saying that, that Christian God said that. I don't care if he believed in the mystery God. I'm only dealing with what this dude's doing. So when we get to this guy in New York, where we from, you have something called the New York African Society. What is that? Another mutual aid society. And that's founded by William Hamilton. Then you have another individual named Peter Williams Jr. All of these free blacks are coming together to deal with our problems. So what was the ultimate thing they did after they was making these numerous things? You can pull this on the screen if you want. It's called Negro Colored Convention. So if you get a chance, you can pull that on the screen, God. So Negro Colored Convention. That is where all of the free blacks, regardless of their religion, their political beliefs, what shall we call each other? Because we was dealing with that argument. But we call ourselves African, Negro, or colored. That was an argument in the 1800s. They made this national organization to deal with the plights of black people. So something happened in Ohio in 1829. These black people got ran out because whenever we start building our community and we start doing good, what happens? The white man can't stand it. So they beat them up, ran the people out. These people came together, developed this organization. This organization was a national organization that had people from Delaware, New York, Connecticut, all over the place. And what there you go, God. All of the primaries is all on there. So if you read it or go through it, it goes from 1831 to 1899, bro. So when you looking for a Malcolm X type figure, they in that book. That guy would be Henry Highland Garden. We got schools in Harlem named after this dude. Like he was the dude that was like, yo, we ain't trying to talk to these guys. We got the pop on them. You know what I mean? And they was organizing. So when we bring this up to date to say what you saying, this lays the foundation down for your Marcus Garvey's, your Noble Jew Ali's, your Fraud Muhammad's, your Elijah Muhammad's, and how things work with politics and how we move. This is not taught to us in school. They tell us that we wasn't reading, God. They tell us that we wasn't free supposedly until 1865. But in 1827 in New York, we were free. Those individuals made the first black newspaper called the Freedom's Journal. That newspaper is describing what we deal with actually today, right now, and how to deal with our problems. So this right here to me is our direct link, our direct ancestors, and the answers to the problem, or some of our problems lie right there. Organization and how to organize. They don't teach you about these individuals who made these newspapers, made these organizations because they was doing something. So lastly, to end on this, anytime a problem came about, they developed a new organization to deal with it. What are we dealing with today? Police brutality, George Floyd, whatever, right? What did they do in the 1850s? They made a thing called the Fugitive Slave Act to capture the people in the North and bring them back to the South. In New York, because I'm repping New York hard. So whoever got their history, you know what I'm saying, put your state up. I'm repping New York hard. Let's say the guard is in the building, records in the building. But yo, this guy named David Ruggles, he started this organization called the New York Vigilance Committee. This is the 1800s. He's going up to ships to see if they got slaves on it. He's in the street telling all of the people like, yo, these dudes is running over here trying to kidnap you. Watch out for these people. This dude was the first black dude in America with his own bookstore. That right there was your first Black Panther Party. that right there, because they was trying to kidnap those kids. This is where you get your 11-day slave story and all that stuff from. But they leave this part out. They was kidnapping them kids going to school. These black people formed militars. We had actual militars called the Attic Guards, the Hannibal Guards, Brooklyn, New York in the building. Y'all better rep y'all history, man. So we made these things to deal with these people. So now when they got to the extreme where we got lawyers and we got these things, one case, I'm going to leave it and I'm going to end it at that. In Boston, there was a fugitive slave named Sheridan Minkins. There was an individual named Lewis Hayden. He's a black Freemason. He's part of the Methodist Church, and he's a part of what? The Boston Vigilance Committee. What is those committees for? Protect the black community, protect the black woman, make sure nothing is happening to us. White man tried to come and snatch him up. What did they do? Those dudes ran up in the courtroom, beat the police up, and got that dude out of there and sent him to Canada. I was like, this is some George Jack. Whoa. And I'm like, well, how come this is not in our school books? Because it's telling you how to organize. So when we say how you bring this up to today, we first got to know what we did and where we at, and then we could put the connections. Because that same thing that he did, George Jackson did that, or Jonathan Jackson tried to do it. You know what I'm saying? But we forget about it. I mean,
yeah, that's peace. So you got anything else you want to add on before we wrap up?
Not really, God. I just didn't even know what you wanted to build about. I was like, what the God got going on over here?
Nah, see, a lot of people been seeing you on Sonetta, you know what I'm saying? And they never got a chance to meet you, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people just had a lot of questions, you know what I mean? So I just wanted you to come on, and add on, because, you end up dealing with a lot of speculation, and then what happens with a lot of other people on that channel, kind of rubs off, on you, you know what I'm saying? But when you get a chance to stand on your own square and just build, and then people see you for who you are.
Right. I get what you're saying. And then, there's some things that some people might be like, well, why is he over here? What is he talking about? Is he talking? All brother gotta do is talk to me. I mean, so like I'm in the show and prove game. If I say something, I guarantee you, I'm gonna show you where I got it from. I'm not gonna parakeet anything to you. I'm like, yo, I did this, that, this, and this how I came up with my understanding. You tell me how you came up with your understanding, okay, and then that's peace. Then we keep moving. I mean, so that's what I do. I mean, but a lot of people, they don't like that. So I don't know about that, God. But other than that, this saved my life. And if I wasn't this, I know I would have been one of them dunk gang member dudes. And I know for a fact that I would have been a rap. It would have been over for me. So regardless of whatever difference I have.
One question here in the room. A brother said he wants to know why you said W.F. Muhammad used lies to make the Nation of Islam.
I have a channel up. You could point that video out and show me where I said that. You can show that right now. I can show my channel, and then you can go through the videos and tell me which one that I made that comment. Never made that comment. Actually, I never did a build about Pharrell Muhammad, but damn, I hope this thing lets me show this. Oh yeah, I did have it, right? So I could scroll down. Hold on, God, I'm gonna share this because I have it open, so hopefully it won't. I'm gonna put share whole screen, and hopefully I can find. I don't know which one it is. All right, is it this one? Yes, it's this one. This is New Black Knowledge page. Please don't fail me. Ah man, okay. So here's my videos here. What do I have on here about fraud? So you can see, God, I'll be going at it with these I call them internet Indians. They come on my channel. I debate them and all that, and they leave feeling sad. But I'm gonna show you the video that I did do something on. If it scrolls down, and then you see I'm in the fitness, so you'll see a couple of them videos. But people don't really like that. Let me keep moving. Come on. I want to show you this video, and this might be the video you are talking about. No, don't do that. Get back over there. Keep going. Keep going. Come on, man. Move. This thing taking too long. Well, anyway, I did a build on the secretary of the Nation of Islam, and I found it weird that she's never spoke about, because she's the person who wrote the lessons for Farah Muhammad. Her name is Sharif Bernstein Muhammad. Now, this thing is not moving, man. So in that video, how I get that off? My bad, God. I don't want you to get flagged for that. I'm out of there. Let me just stop sharing because it ain't gonna go fast. So in that video, she has a biography, and I found it weird that it's only 6 pages. So what I did was I read the book. So what you saw is her words. She said when she asked Farad about God, he told her, "You close your eyes and envision black people." This is what she said. So this is the actual secretary who typed those lessons out. That woman. And he called her the reformer. So when I speak about what he did, I didn't really say lied about. I just did some things that was weird. Like, he was in one of the Nation of Islam rules. They say no games of chance. But she's describing from her testimony that he would have games, and these games would be to win a dance with Master Farah Muhammad. So I point those things out. So I looked at what is the name of the dance. The name of the dance was the waltz dance. So I said, let me research this. Where this come from? Like, this is a big clue right here. Where'd you get that from? So I'm looking at the waltz dance, and I'm like, nah, man, this is some European dance. This ain't no. So she's saying that he put a bottle of water on his head and he dancing. I'm only telling you that, but that really wasn't my reason for that. My reasoning was showing what she did. She was the one when they locked up Farah Muhammad, his follower Ugan Ali, and the other brother, because of that so-called voodoo killing. She went down there, and the names of these people, I'll have the actual newspaper with the names of them. Their name is Allah, yo. One of the girls' name, who is Ugan Ali's wife, the second in command, name is Sarah Allah. I mean, so like, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, what's going on here? And then I see some of the followers' name with Bay, etc. So they go down there and they basically start a riot with the police. These are the black women. And they turning up like, yo, let our leader go. And then they write another paper and be like, yo, these dudes got 8,000 followers. And the European didn't know nothing about what this guy was doing. So that's what I said about him. What I do is I tell the exact words, and I show exactly where I get what I'm saying. And it ain't, and if it's my opinion, I'm gonna tell you like, yo, I said this. So whatever video you can find where I said that.
2 things, because we did have a brother ask that when I announced that you was going to be on yesterday. He was saying, where could he find that biography on Sharif Bernstein? And the other thing is, now they're saying that well, the question is that you said the story of Shabazz was not true, and him putting the moon in the outer space. And this was apparently on Sarnetta's channel. What happened? He got cut off right there. But I'm sure he'll be back. Right.
Back. Oh, you got me back. Yeah, good. I heard you say, yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the moon, and let's talk about this. So here's the thing, right? Sarnetta likes to ask these questions to try to, trap people and get them to say specific things. So I know that already. So I constantly get asked the same questions over and over again. So he asked me about Yakub and he asked me about Shabazz. So now I'm going to give you my answer right here, right now. So it's very clear. If you try to find a historical figure of a Mr. Yakub having 59,000 followers, you're not going to find it. Now, here's what you are going to find. So, in Elijah's story, he talks about the devil being in caves in Caucasus Mountains of West Asia. The most accessible part of the land there is called the land of Mazardan, right? In the land of Mazardan, you have a book written by Esed Bey, The Secret of the Caucasus, and it talks about the same wall that Elijah spoke about. I say this on Sarnetta as well. He talks about that wall, and that's there. He talks about them calling them devils, and that's there, right? Now, when you get to this grafting process, right, you're not going to find this stuff on the island of Pelon. I already researched it. I know about. You're not going to find no labs. You're not going to find no needles. You're not finding none of that. Sorry. What you are going to find is what he said. So he never said gene. He said germ because that wasn't discovered at that time. So what is he saying? That in the black man body, there exists two germs, a recessive and a dominant, one black, brown. Now we're going to bring it up to science to date. What are the genes responsible for white skin? There's two of them. SCA4LA5 and the same letters with a 2 on it. Then there's some other genes that deal with hair and blue eyes. When you look that up on the Genome Project, they describe the colors of those two things. And I believe it's on chromosome 4 and chromosome 15. They're black and brown. I say this on Sarnetta. Does that make the 100% actual story that he say true? I'm going to tell you no. But how did he know that? How does he know this? How did that I guess that's a hell of a coincidence. So now when you get to 2013, the National Geographic tells you that white people in the north and on the north of Europe, that gene comes around 6,000 years ago. Then they find another gene that comes from this thing called the Yamana tribe, who comes across Asia and comes from Turkey and goes into Europe. And they say that happened 7,000 years ago. So what? Off a year. Then they find the Cheddar Man in Europe, and that is the oldest gene that they have there, and 10,000 BC is black. So prior to that date of 10,000 BC, ain't no Europeans on the planet. So what? Elijah, in that aspect, is correcting what he's saying. I look at it, and I'm going to say it again, as a myth that is describing an actual event. The same thing that goes on with our African people all over the place. Now, back to the moon, to your question. When you're dealing with the word Shabazz, where is that at? It's in Persia, bro. It's a Persian word. It means falcon. It's not Arabic. You might find something that sounds similar, but it's not that. That tribe don't exist, bro. I don't like to say it like this, but you're not going to find no records of no one coming here from there except the people from Turkey. I have the letters. I have the newspapers. I can show you all of this. I can show you the Shabazzes. I can show you the Bays, and I can show you this stuff. I mean, and you can see for yourself. You want to be looking at the Persian people. You ain't looking at nobody that look like me and you. Now, let's get down to the science of the story. Elijah said that somebody put dynamite in the planet and blew the moon off from the earth 66 trillion years ago. Okay, fine. What does science say? Science says that, first and foremost, science is they make these theories. One is called the fusion, one is called a fission, and now is the one called the ejected ring theory. What is that theory? That a planet hit this earth and blew the moon off of this shit. That's what the science say. And I say those exact words, word for word, just like that. So if I'm not talking to the nation. When I'm talking to brothers, it's like I'm talking to sons. Not meaning like you my son, we all got the same light. We can see, yeah, I see what the God is saying. Ain't gonna really be no questions about the information because it's lining up with the lessons. When you go outside of this, I found out that I had this so improved. And I never had that because all I was around was gods all day. Now, when somebody's questioning me or something and I don't know, I can't answer it. All I'm doing is regurgitating the lesson and saying, well, look what the Father did for the people and look what Elijah did. No one ever built no nation like this. You have to be telling the truth. No, that's not the question the dude asked me. Is Yaku real or not? Do you have some information on them? So now I'm going to speed up the process and go in the literature. Does this prove it or does it disprove it? This is up for the individuals. I just give them the information. So now I tell them about the book of Adam and Eve, which is a part of the forgotten books of the Bible. What happens in this book? It picks off where Eve and Adam get exiled from the Garden of Eden. What does it say in this chapter? I believe it's 72. I don't want to say the wrong thing because this is me just going off of my head to address your question. Now, it says that Adam and Eve was forced to trod across the desert. It said that they was forced to live in the cave of treasures for 70 generations. How long is a generation, God? You could play around and say 20, 30 years. It's going to be around 2,000 years. Eve then looks at Adam and says, because of our skin, we are being punished. Does that make the story true or does it not make the story true? Look how far away from the time frame that this is written. It's not written for 6,000 years ago. We don't have no writing from 6,000 years ago. That doesn't exist. We have this story here. Does the story fit the timeline? Let's keep moving. So when I talk to these brothers, I give these examples and then they fall back. But I still I have my foundation, but there's some things that I just see it the way I see it. And if somebody has a problem with it, then they add on. So now Elijah says that Jacob is symbolic to Yaakov. History says Jacob never existed. Ain't no Jacob. That's what the history says. But we looking at the story. So look at how I'm responding to them. That puts them at ease. But now look what I'm about to do. Okay, there's a rabbi called Aqaba. And this individual Aqaba, a woman comes to him and says, yo, I just had a baby and my baby is white. He said, study the flock of Jacob. Actually, he said rod. When you go to the dictionary of Bible and look up rod, it's talking about this sexual, it's talking about the sexual thing with the animals. I can't think of it off of my head, but this is the same example that Elijah said, and he's talking about how these spots turned at a certain specific time. Don't quote me because I don't have nothing open. I'm just going off of my head. And then the brothers will look at me and be like, but that don't make it real, God. That don't make it real. It's still pseudo. I say, yeah, but I just gave you something that coincides way before Elijah was here. This is what he said. I didn't make this up. This is the rabbi. This is 2nd century AD. I didn't make it up. He said it. And then I keep it moving. So I hope that answers your question because that's what I do. If I can't prove it 100%, God, I'm not in a religion. I don't believe we in a religion. No, I know we not in a religion. So I'm not just going to say, yo, this is this and that. No, I'm not going to do that. If I can't prove it 100%, I'm going to tell you what I got. Yo, this is what I got to show and prove this. What you got, God? Okay, and I'll take y'all information because I don't know everything. And y'all might put me on to something that I never read before. So I hope that answers your question. So no, I never said that Farad did any of that. And you will never have no video with me saying that at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, well, the question stopped. So apparently you did answer the question. We did have a brother yesterday that he wanted to know where could he get his hands on that biography of the Elijah Muhammad's secretary.
No, it's not Elijah Muhammad's secretary. That's Fraud Muhammad's secretary.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up. Now, I'm gonna show you how I got the book, which is really sad. Let me see if this works on my thing. How you spell her name? Sharif. Sharif Bernstein Muhammad. Should go outside, man. Maybe this thing will work. I don't know. I think we getting something. Hopefully it'll pull up. But fam, I don't know where to buy the book from. They claim that they give it out in the nation of Israel. I think it showed. Let me see. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna show you right now. Hold up. I think it's loading. All right, it's still loading. Once it finishes loading, the Nation of Islam claim they give the book out, but that's not on their site. Go on any Nation of Islam bookstore and tell me, do you see this book? And this is what I'm saying in my video. I'm like, I find this kind of weird. Why aren't you selling this book? And why? Because how this lady looks, she's black. So when I see the Nation of Islam, the women I see are really light skinned. Why is this black woman not being just pushed out? Just like she wrote the letters. Farad Muhammad called her the reformer. I think that's a big title. So how I got the book was I traced it to a library that was close to me in Colorado. So I was going to go drive over there. But then one of my brothers, he over there. So I said, yo, go in the library. That book got to come up missing. Get the book, God. That book got to come up missing. So he couldn't do that. So he screenshotted the book. So that's how I got the book. He screenshotted all the pages. And when he wrote me back, he's like, yo, God, you ain't going to believe this. I said, what? It's only 6 pages. I was like, that's impossible. How is the person? And she just died like probably 15 something years ago, yo. Why we don't have no interview from this woman?
Right.
Yeah, he's the husband of John Muhammad, but she wrote them lessons, bro, from hard hand to typing. I find it very weird. You know what I'm saying? And I find it weird. So for me, that's something that stands out for me. But this thing is still taking a long time. But if you get a chance, you just pull up Sharif Bernstein Muhammad, and you're gonna see that they had an auction. And they having an auction. Let me plug my computer in before it go. Hold on. They having an auction over there, and they selling Farad Muhammad clothes. They selling his lessons, stuff that we never got to see before. That could give us a clear understanding exactly what this man taught. And that I'm not going to get into now because I have a whole different build on that, on what that man taught. And that's something different. But I just find it weird, man, that this woman's biography is only 6 pages.
Yeah, that is quite peculiar, I would say, too.
And we don't got no interview from her that I saw. I never seen it. But, I think it is. I think it showed up. Let me see. Did it show up? Did it show up? Nope. Damn, son. I want y'all to see how this black woman look, yo. Gorgeous. Damn, son. You know how to spell her name, God?
Nah, how you spell it?
Just even if you spell it wrong, it'll pop up. Just put Sharif Bernstein Muhammad. Sharif Bernstein Muhammad. You might see an Amsterdam newspaper. Whatever. If that pop up, yo, just pull it up so we can see the picture of her.
Yeah, that did come up.
That's how you know I was researching this crazy because I couldn't believe that what the Secretary of Master Farad Muhammad has a book. Oh my! I got to get mine. I didn't care how much that book cost. I was paying for that book.
Only 6 pages. Yeah, that is.
That's crazy, right, God?
Yeah, that's
It's weird, man. So if you can see a picture on it, it'd probably be like a blue cover book, and you can see how she looks. So the people would probably love to see it.
Yeah, we're gonna get that up right now.
No, it's not 2 words. It's the brother asks. Nah, it's just Sharif Bernstein Muhammad. It's 3 words. You sharing it? Oh, I can't even see why scientist there. Let me see. Oh God, you left the log. There she go. There she go, God. There she go. I want y'all to look at that black woman right there. What does it say? It says, I am Bernstein Sharif Muhammad, reformer and secretary to Master W.D.F. Muhammad. And these are some of my experiences. Hold that one. Hold that one, my brothers. That's crazy, God. You don't know how happy I was when I saw that. I was going crazy. I was trying to find that book. I was going crazy. But they claim that they sell it at some kind of when they have their temple meetings or something, but you ain't finding that on their store. You're not finding that on no Nation of Islam store. They don't sell that. So, and I just found, like, of course, the most interesting, that's not the most interesting thing in the book, but one of them was when she said, if you want to see, he said, when you want to see God, close your eyes and envision black people.
Right.
That's deep. That's deep. But I'm gonna tell you this, God. There's a new book that came out. It's called Finding W.D. Farad. The book costs $100. I think it's $100. There's some new research in that book that deals with like where they think they try to guess where his lessons and stuff come from, and it's very interesting. So if y'all get a chance, if y'all want that book, you can grab it. It's called Finding W.D. Farad, and it's kind of interesting. This is very interesting.
Guaranteed.
What's that?
I say guaranteed.
Yeah.
So, what's the name of your channel?
New Black Knowledge.
New Black Knowledge. All right.
So it's like 6 of us on there.
All right. Everybody make sure y'all go and check out that New Black Knowledge channel.
And then, you know what I'm saying, we can have build and stuff to add on, but, there's some things that we got to build offline, you know what I'm saying? And then they'll bring it on so that the people don't see, the madness, you heard?
Right. All right. No doubt. So, yeah, it's been, man, this was definitely, man, interesting. You know what I'm saying? I learned some things. And, you're welcome to come back anytime.
Yeah, God. And I'll come to see when you teach it, God. You just let me know. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I'm here on Mondays at 6 and Tuesdays at 7.
Yeah, and out of all this time I had knowledge, so I was like, yo, I always taught that the 12 Jews is a part of our lessons. And I was told, like, nah, son, they ain't got nothing to do. I'm like, what you mean they got nothing to do with us? They're like, yo, it's a plus lesson. And I'm like, oh, man. So, I got some things I still got to, get under the belt. But that's crazy that, I don't know. I guess all God's is there. I'm figuring this. If it's a plus lesson and I tell you knowledge, I guess you're supposed to know what that means. Keep saying, but I don't know, bro.
Yeah, well, from what I understand, it came from Malcolm X.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, Malcolm X, he had a tremendous impact. You know what I mean? First of all, that's a part of our tree too. You know what I'm saying? In terms of Allah, when he went in temple number 7, Malcolm was the minister there. You know what I'm saying? So not just that, but just the impact that he had on everybody that read his book and everybody that heard his speeches. You know, a lot of the things that he said, ended up being a part of what we manifest. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I mean, it's right and exact. It's not like it's not wrong with the 12 Jews. You know what I mean? But it just was not a part of our original, the foundational lessons that we had.
Right. So yeah, man. So I definitely get, because we need to do something about this online thing, God. There's no reason why, you know what I'm saying, like, we don't have this thing under the ring and a smash, God.
Right.
Cause it's too many. It doesn't. I don't know, bro.
Well, I think that's why I asked about those different things. Like right now, we are part of just the American institution that's kind of pumping the individualism and everybody being a boss, and not so much like the mutual aid societies that you was talking about. You know what I mean? So
Right.
a lot of times the whole science of coming together, we only do it like on the negative tip. You know what I'm saying? Like if brothers got some drugs in this area for a cheaper price, then you would see us come together and take advantage of that. But we don't do it enough on a positive level. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, man. Peace to all the guys that's sitting in the earth or whoever's in the chat. But yo, that's the foundation right there, and that's that's our foundation. Like how mathematics tell us this same exact thing, the same principles, the same thing. Like, yeah, we could do it though. Ain't nothing to talk about. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just like if I see you now, I know your channel. You know what I mean,
Right.
about all right. So what the God talking about? All right, let me go build with him, and that's how we do it. We just add on with like minds and push the information, God. That's it. And then have it for the younger gods or whatever, you know what I mean, and get them in there, and then just open it up. So it's a clear cut thing as far as like, yo, this is what we do, this is what this is how we add on, this is what we do in the cities. Like, you ever seen that vegan restaurant the God got in Rochester?
I heard about it, but I haven't been there.
Yeah, I ain't been there neither. So I'm saying it's like stuff like that. Like that's the kind of stuff. Like I put it on my channel. Like by talking, somebody asked me, "Oh, y'all don't got no stores." I was like, "Yeah, what's this?" You know what I mean? But that stuff. That's what I mean. Like something like, yo, everyone is doing something. It's just not out there.
Right.
We alive. We're not dead, son. We here.
Well, sometimes that's what people get caught up at. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, that's why a lot of people might have questions about you because, they don't understand that we can't all be on the same post. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we want to teach the world, some people got to be out on a post where we might never see them again. You know what I mean? But we got to still have these different posts organized in a way. You know what I mean? We got to still have communication between that this post. So like you said, this brother might be dealing with food, this brother might be dealing with the lessons, that brother might be dealing with history, you know what I'm saying? Another brother might be dealing with science. It might be a brother that, he's an actual engineer that builds bridges, I'm saying. You know what I mean? And so
Right.
in the midst of doing what he's doing, he don't have time to, come and socialize with everybody or, where that mission takes him, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he's somewhere in Africa, you know what I'm saying, or South America or wherever he is, you know what I'm saying, living that out. We just don't have the communication, we don't have the network, you know what I'm saying? Like what I was saying yesterday, that, a system is a group of institutions, you know what I'm saying, that come together to work for whatever the cause is. You know what I'm saying? We don't really have, we haven't developed our institutions, to where we can have a system where everything is bouncing off each other. So for instance, in America, we deal with the the school to prison pipeline or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's two different institutions. You know what I mean? That's working together for one thing. So you know, that was one of the reasons why I reached out to you when I seen you to ask you to come on the channel. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, these type of things, these type of questions could be gone, because see what ends up happening is you know, we get caught up, like, you know, you might have people with a whole degree of animosity against you and they never actually built with you. You know what I'm saying? They really don't know what you're dealing with. They just seen like a segment, like you said, where you're in a particular forum. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you on Sanetta's show and, you know, he's playing gotcha. You know what I'm saying? And then you debating with...
He did it to me. He caught me with the cat, rat, and dog and all that. Yo, God, you teach that the cat, rat, that. Nah, man, I don't did. Hey, what the God's teacher, well, nigga. Listen, man, get out of here with that, yo. I don't about talking like stuff like that.
Yeah, he actually asked me that before too.
Like real weird, like, you know what I'm saying, like that type of stuff. I mean, I'm like, yo, he's like, but you a different pop percentage. You different. You elevated. No, so now lessons tell us to renew our history, bro. It's today's nap anyway. Renew your history, bro. Like, what you think that mean? Like I don't know. I mean, like, I don't get it. I say, yo, bro, on the front of them, on them supreme wisdom lessons, not what we have, but on his lessons in that book, it says these answers are near correct. I got a problem with near correct. I have a problem with that. If that's originally what was on there, and it says it's near correct, and I heard Farrakhan say the same thing, what does that mean? What's near correct? What are you talking about? You said you talked to God in the flesh. Okay. I'll make my own decision. I mean, but you know, it is what it is with that.
No doubt.
And I don't know if it originally said that. I could be wrong, because you know I'm not as old as all these other people. But what I see in them supreme wisdom, what it say that. Maybe somebody put it there. Maybe Farrakhan put it there to make his thing up. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just knowing what I saw. I don't know if you've seen the same thing, but I saw that.
That's what mine said. You know, but see, the way I look at it is that you know, exactly the type of research that you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? That, you know, we got to answer those questions for ourselves. You know what I mean? Like, one thing that a brother told me when I was first coming to the nation is that, you know, 120 questions is right and exact. You know what I mean? But the answers, we all got to answer those for ourselves. You know what I mean? So exactly what you said in terms of, you know, look, Elijah Muhammad has to justify for his answers. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when I say it, if I say it just because Elijah Muhammad said it, now I'm practicing religion. I got to say it, you know, yeah, Elijah Muhammad might have shined light on that, but I got to be able to show and prove that myself in this day and time right now to the people that I got to build with. You know what I mean? Because if I'm just telling them, well, look, you got to follow it because this individual that you never met before, you know what I'm saying, that passed away by the time you came on this plane of the planet, then you might as well go back to Christianity and do what Jesus said.
I like that. I like how you put that right there. That's a good one. I might steal that, God.
So, you know, we the master jewel thieves in this nation right here.
I might steal that one. Say, yo, God, you got to answer that question. But yeah, I'm stealing that. That's gone. You can consider that gone. So if you hear me say it, you know why I told you. I told you I'm stealing it. You should have never said that. That's gone. But yo, I don't know, man. Maybe one day we can have a bill, man, because a lot of brothers got a problem with how I break down Asiatic. And then, you know, maybe we could do a build on that. You know what I'm saying, where we showing information and be like, yo, what does that mean?
What does it actually a good one? Let's do that one.
Yeah, so we could do that. Like, what does it mean to us and our theology? what does the historical record say? And we go from that point. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. So I'm about to sign off right now. You know what I'm saying? I'll
You in the
probably hit
school?
you.
You in the
Yeah,
school?
I'm in the school right now. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to get up out of here.
Oh man, son.
Yeah, this is where I broadcast from right here. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? If you care to come on. But other than that, you know, everybody that made it this far with us, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button if you're new to the channel. Subscribe. Share this on your other pages, your Twitter, your Instagram, Facebook, text message, the groups, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? And I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, peace, God.
Peace.
I gotta do something about this spectrum. This shit is crazy, bro. This shit.